Chapter 501, Chapter 498 Krypton's Strongest, The Battle for Leadership. Back half an hour ago. After Luke's in-depth communication with the female commander from Krypton, a consensus was reached. Fowler recognized him as Kryptonian and a general. Promising to return to the giant spaceship to make a plea to Zod for a fair hostage exchange or to let Clark's parents go. But things didn't go as smoothly as Luke expected. After he came out of the underworld, he found that his little cousin was gone. "Why didn't you stop Clark's recklessness?" Luke slightly frowned at the innocent-looking godson. "Uncle, you can't expect an ordinary unarmed person to stop Superman, who lifted a Boeing 747 passenger plane with his bare hands." Lex shrugged his shoulders and looked aggrieved. "Don't act pathetic. Only your dad would be fooled by that." The corner of Luke's mouth lifted as he poked Lex's chest with his finger, half reminding and half warning, "I don't want to see anything like this happening again, got it?" He was usually kind and gentle with Lex as well as others. Being easily angered and angry wasn't the way a leader should behave. But once in a while, he had to be stern. "Lex, when I give you a task, I definitely wish you can handle it properly and complete it successfully, not to see you mess it up." Luke lightly said so. Lex, who felt the pressure, took 2 steps back. "I know, Uncle." He was sincere and had no excuse. "You guys always manage to get me into some new trouble." Luke shook his head and saw Lex admit his mistake, so he didn't say anything heavy. His young godson had always been clever. It was clear that Clark's boldness could have been stopped, but instead, he chose to stand by and watch. "Is it because of his jealousy of Superman? Or do you have something else in mind?" Luke didn't dig deeper into it. The fate of some villains was impossible to change. For example, Gotham's Joker. Obviously, Lex Luthor was also such a person. Without his presence, Superman would be able to take half the year off. "Originally, I wanted to get along with Zod and the others as a pacifist, but I didn't think I wouldn't even get an inch in progress." Luke sighed. Superman's battle suit covered his body and flew up. The dark red cloak violently fluttered, and his body passed through the atmosphere like a lightning bolt. Back to the present. "Hello, General Zod." The magnetic voice that contained a smile rang in Zod's mind. The young man greeted him through the overlooking platform. "You're a Kryptonian." Zod didn't issue alert orders and then activated the ship's turrets, conducting a round of fire bombardment. Because, in his perception, the other party's vitality was quite familiar. "You can say that." Luke nodded, not denying it. "Krypton. General." Zod went to the terminal and pressed a few buttons. He performed a life scan on the uninvited guest standing in the dark space. But the results that he got made him fall into doubt. The genetic template was a leadership class, a general. Surprised? Luke smiled. After he fought with the Sentry, he used the reputation points to level up the template to LV4 General. Krypton has perished, and all the leaders died together. There can't possibly be another general. Zod was unwilling to accept the fact. Like Jor-El, those rotten elders all choose to die with Krypton. It was reasonable to assume that there couldn't be any survivors. Kal-El was already an exception. How could there be another one? It would be hard to explain my origins to you, and there's no point dwelling on it. Luke chuckled lightly as his psychic fluctuations traveled into Zod's consciousness. General, all you need to know is that I come with a sincere desire to work with you and to help you achieve your good intentions in rebuilding Krypton. Zod's eyes were cold. How could he be easily persuaded with a few words? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I can rebuild Krypton without your help. The Kryptonian general flatly refused. You mean getting the growth codex from Clark and then using the world engine to transform Earth's atmosphere and surface environment, thus creating a new Krypton? There was a slight note of sarcasm in Luke's tone. There were countless ways to rebuild Krypton, but General Zod had to choose the most difficult path to complete. If he had a good attitude, he would have taken the initiative to explain to Clark what was going on. According to Superman's nice personality, it would be impossible for him to refuse to hand over the growth codex to the Kryptonian people. But Zod had to pick Earth and break into Kent's farm and hurt his mother. He successfully turned Clark against him, leading to the failure of his grand plan. Of course, this was inseparable from character defects at the genetic level. Zod was a leader-class Kryptonian, a general. Stubborn and tough by nature, he would never compromise and easily give up. To tell you the truth, Earth is not as simple as you think. Luke laughed. In the Marvel Universe, Earth was eternity's heart. In this studio, Earth's origin was equally extraordinary. It was the central channel of the multiverse. In the emotional spectrum, the white lantern representing life was hidden here. Of the 8 planets in the solar system, Zod didn't take a fancy to anything else and just had to choose the Earth. Let's just say he had a good eye. Is that so? I don't think so. Zod shook his head while his eyes had a hint of contempt. After the Kryptonian spacecraft arrived on Earth, it quickly made a detailed analysis of its civilization level and life forms. It was backward, inefficient, complex social structure and numerous religious beliefs. All in all, it was a low-level civilization with no hope of reunification for the next 100 years. Then it looks like there's no more room for discussion. Luke shrugged his shoulders. This result was within his expectation. Zod, Odin, the Sentry, they were all alike. To some extent, their personalities were similar. They won't be swayed by others and won't retract their decisions. Zod narrowed his eyes and opened the hatch on the bridge. The strong airflow formed a suction and pulling force. The Kryptonian general's strong body was as unshakable as a mountain. 1 step, 2 steps. Zod walked over to the hatch, looked over at Luke, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you going to stop my great plan to rebuild Krypton, just like Kal?" "Unfortunately, we didn't get to talk about it." Luke nodded. Listening to the reply, Zod's face fell. He didn't want to waste time exploring and discovering new livable planets. For Kryptonians, Earth was the most suitable choice. Young, full of vitality, and in the radiation range of the yellow sun. He only needed to start the world engine to start the transformation project. Krypton could be reborn in the shortest possible time. Your suggestion isn't suitable for the present situation. My people and I can't wait for the rebirth of our home planet. Zod thought for a moment, shook his head and said so. He wouldn't have been so impatient if he had been able to figure out Luke's strength for the time being. "General, I personally would like you to reconsider." Luke's mind fluctuated and transmitted it into Zod's brain. "Believe me, conquering Earth isn't as easy as you think. Many creatures more powerful than you have tried, but none of them has achieved their goal." He didn't get angry because of Zod's repeated refusals. Most of the time, Superman's older cousin had a good temper. That's because they weren't strong enough. Zod's patience was exhausted. His cold voice said, "Now, get out of my head." The Kryptonian general's tenacious will instantly drove the voice out of his mind. The black cloak fluttered hauntingly, and Zod took a step forward, suspended in the void. Then, he clenched his fist with surging power like a volcanic eruption. Zod, in black armor, like a huge beast, exuded a terrifying aura. He coldly stared at Luke. Although he had some scruples in his heart because of the other party's Kryptonian general identity. But Zod didn't think he would lose. His innate fighting instinct was firmly imprinted in his genetics. As I said, negotiating with a reckless man full of muscles is the biggest headache of all. Why can't you be rational? Luke thought silently and complained in his heart. Since you think you can speak with your fists, give it a try. In the face of the furious General Zod, Luke had no fear. On the contrary, deep down, there was a faint excitement. This was an instinctive desire for a strong opponent. In the dark and cold boundless universe, two strong and powerful figures stood above Earth. A supreme showdown between Kryptonian generals was about to take place. NORAD Joint Command. General Swanwick stared at the images transmitted by satellite on the big screen with a shocked look in his eyes. Although the image was slightly blurred and delayed. However, everyone in the command room could clearly see that there were two figures standing in outer space without any breathing devices. The harsh environment and extremely dangerous vacuum of space didn't have any influence on them. General Swanwick clenched his fist. In the face of such inhuman existence, could he really rely on the army and human-made weapons to deal with? His heart surged with worry. When the gap between the two sides' strengths was so great, then it would mean an oncoming war. Because lions don't live in harmony with sheep. Send a message to the White House. Forget it, I'll personally go and tell the president myself. This is a crisis for America, no, the entire human race. The general walked out of the command room with a gloomy expression. After he left, the images on the big screen changed. The two figures facing each other abruptly moved. At a speed beyond imagination. As if two long-stored steel cannons were colliding violently. Boom! 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 Despite the vacuum environment of space, no sound was transmitted. But everyone who witnessed the scene seemed to feel the vibrations of the collisions in their eardrums. That invisible sense of power was directly and vividly displayed in front of them through the images transmitted by satellite. God! It's terrifying. An American soldier in the operations room couldn't help exclaiming. General Zod, in his black armor, was like a tireless ferocious beast. Rapidly attacking, again and again, launching ferocious continuous attacks. His fist seemed like it was even harder than alloy. Combined with the unparalleled strong explosive power in his body, it was enough to punch through everything in the world. Even the military's exoskeleton armor. I'm afraid it won't last a second under this monster's attacks. They moved so fast that the screen could only show residual images, requiring several slow playbacks, frame by frame, freezing each frame to see each move. They could only rely on imagination to understand what kind of fierce collision was taking place between the two figures. Bang! The screen shook violently, and a large number of snowflake dots flashed. It turns out that the aftershock of the battle between the two sides had jammed the satellite, and the burly man in black armor was sent flying with a punch. He crashed into the artificial satellite floating in orbit, and the violent explosion ignited a bright fire. The images came to an abrupt end. No one knew how the battle would end. But just from the fight, It demonstrated the terrifying and destructive power the two non-human monsters had. It was enough to make people palpitate with fear. What are we going to do about such monsters? Everyone in the command room had the same question arising in their hearts. Outer space. The terrible battle continued. General Zod, who was knocked away by a punch, had a face full of anger and aggressiveness. He held the man-made satellite that exploded into a mass of scrap metal in both hands. The surging power violently erupted, throwing huge metal objects weighing dozens of tons directly at his opponent. Bang! The huge sound waves were swallowed up by silence. Luke's expression didn't change. As if ripping apart a piece of paper, he tore open the strong and huge artificial satellite. The infinite power in Superman's body erupted and propelled his body, rushing toward General Zod. "General, sir, you're not as strong as I thought." Luke's taunt reached Zod's mind, instantly stirring up his opponent's anger. A violent killing intent came out of the Kryptonian general's eyes. It was like a raging and violent tide of fury, causing people to develop fear involuntarily. Luke smiled. He moved like a shadow to dodge Zod's hand, trying to slap down on him. The Kryptonian general's combat skills were truly well honed, and he had a beastly instinct. No wonder he could defeat Superman in the original timeline. If he wasn't relying on his prolonged life on Earth and his adaptability to the environment, no one really knew who would win in the end. Zod stepped into the void. His fists swung, and like a cannon exploding, the invisible ripple of sound waves vibrated out. Luke's hands blocked in front of his chest, withstanding the amazing force. His body was still involuntarily forced back. Zod grinned with a cruel smile. The successive high-intensity collisions brought him back to the old days. The blood gradually boiled in his body like a roaring volcano. Zod leapt up like a hunter who seized the moment. The armor-covered arm was raised high, like a sharp sword cutting down. "I'm not one of those opponents you've encountered in the past." Luke was calm while fiery energy erupted from his body. Like a human torch, it released a huge amount of light and heat. Zod, who was riding the wave of victory, suddenly felt a deep chill. He quickly held his head with both hands, and the terrifying shockwave blew him away. The dark and boundless space lit up a little bit and then quickly dimmed. Luke walked into the void. His deep eyes gazed at the somewhat battered Kryptonian general. Zod's imposing black armor was in tatters. The fluttering cloak was also half destroyed. Luke's sudden attack just now obviously caused him a little bit of pain. Why continue this meaningless battle? "General, I came with a sincere intention to cooperate. Moreover, I've proven to you that I have enough strength and qualification to talk on an equal footing." Hearing Luke's voice, Zod pondered for a moment. The violent and fierce light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the mountainous murderous intent disappeared. The Kryptonian general wasn't a mindless, reckless man. He was a competent military leader. In fact, he had a strong overall view and the ability to think calmly. Luke had powerful strength, and if he must be his enemy, then, whether it was Zod or the followers around him, they would have to pay a great price. Weighing the pros and cons, the Kryptonian general glanced at Luke and went back inside the ship in silence. The latter followed closely behind and stepped into the bridge. Two enemies, who had a fierce battle just now, suddenly sat back at the negotiating table in a matter of moments. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 502, Chapter 499 Kryptonian Fighters, Contract with the Devil. General, are you? Zod got back to the ship and got on the bridge. Jaxior, the Thinker, was the first to approach, somewhat alarmed. He and the rest of the Kryptonian warriors had a panoramic view of the previous battle. In the confrontation between the two sides, each punch and kick emanated a terrifying aura. It was simply chilling. Especially at the end, even powerful fighters like General Zod had fallen. They could imagine how terrifying the uninvited guest was. It's fine, it's settled. Zod waved his hand. He and Luke reached a consensus. As the latter said, there was no point in fighting with force. Looking at the other party's relaxed expression, it was clear that he hadn't taken out his full strength. If it took a long time, no one knew who the winner would be. Besides, Luke was alone. He had the Kryptonian spacecraft and his own people. If they really wanted to be enemies, it would do more harm than good. General, why did you let him in? Jaxior caught a glimpse of Luke following him. With a wary look on his face, he almost activated the highest alert inside the ship. Be nice, my friend. Luke strutted forward with a smile on his face. After a heated and tense discussion, the general and I came to an agreement and decided to sit down calmly and talk for a while. Jaxior didn't believe it at all. He had never seen General Zod calmly negotiate with others. If he encountered any problem, he would just smash it away with his fists. Only when he encountered a situation that he couldn't beat would he regain his rational thinking. This was how the Kryptonian warriors do things. The main highlight was one word. Impulsive. Isn't that right, General? Luke glanced past the other man to the silent Kryptonian general. Jaxior, everyone, step down. He is Kryptonian, one of our people. Zod hesitated for a long while, then dismissed the men around him. He considered it clearly. Luke's strength wasn't inferior to his own, at least it seemed so on the surface. He was Kryptonian, and they both were in the leader class. There was no need to fight for Earth and other issues that could cause a lose-lose situation. You said that you could help us rebuild Krypton before. What do you have to offer? After taking a few deep breaths, for the greater good, for the sake of their home planet, Zod chose to compromise and gave in. His tone of voice was slightly less hard and softened. Looking for a livable life planet? Not a problem. Luke snapped his fingers, looking confident. He was thinking about how to bring Zod and his Kryptonian warriors into the Marvel Universe. With this kind of fighters, what Crazy Titan, what Adam Warlock, what the three empires of the galaxy. They would all have to stand aside. As for rebuilding Krypton, as long as Zod no longer insisted on destroying Earth, Superman would certainly be willing to cooperate. Clark's ears were always soft, just like his heart. In the end, the reason for the interracial fight was communication problems. One was stubborn and tough, and the other would never back down. It would be weird if they didn't fight. It looks like you already have a suitable destination. Zod frowned. Although he thought that a guy of unknown origin like Luke was untrustworthy. But if the other party could really rebuild Krypton, reaching cooperation wasn't impossible, or even greater compromises. Everything for the big picture. This was Zod's idea. General, those who know me know one thing very well. It's that I would never use lies to achieve my goals. Luke raised an eyebrow. The corners of his lips curled up in a subtle curve. His eyes were very clear, revealing a force of determination that people couldn't help but want to believe. Then, I will give up the conquest on Earth as long as Cal hands over the Growth Codex. After a fierce battle, realizing that his situation wasn't great, Zod finally let go. When he couldn't achieve his goal with his fists, sitting down and negotiating was the only way out. Clark will agree. He's actually a nice guy. You're just using the wrong method. Luke pulled out a contract from God knows where, with intricate patterns and odd writing, and handed it to Zod. Let's talk about the price. Rebuilding Krypton and getting Clark to hand over the Growth Codex are all fine, and in return you will accept employment from me. Zod frowned and looked puzzled. Employment? What does that mean? Here is an absolutely fair, no-frills contract. Sign it, and you and the rest of your Kryptonian brethren will have to work for me, for a period of time. In the meantime, you need to follow my instructions and complete tasks from me. Luke's eyes twinkled, trying to look sincere. If Mephisto, the old devil of hell, were here right now, he would definitely be able to recognize that the words in the contract were just a ruse. Where the magical effect really was hidden in the surrounding pattern, which was almost difficult to see clearly. Even if he could see it clearly, a layman without extensive experience and knowledge of magic wouldn't be able to figure out the meaning. This was the usual routine of the devil from hell. That was why people in the magic community were very careful and cautious when signing contracts. Doctor Strange had lived on the streets for a period of time without any money, so he wrote the best-selling book 1000 Points for Attention to distinguish the devil's contract. For a period of time. How long is that? Zod didn't agree so easily, with a glint of caution in his eyes. 30 years. Luke tentatively asked. That's too long. We still have a lot of things to do. Zod decisively shook his head. He was bent on devoting all his limited time to the great cause of building Krypton. How could he work for Luke for 30 years for nothing? 15 years. Luke asked again. 10 years. This is my bottom line. Zod narrowed his eyes. After thinking about it, he answered. He preferred a straightforward style of negotiation without so many twists and turns. 10 years, then. Luke pretended to feel aggrieved about it. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and helplessly agreed. In the end, he also made a point of emphasizing, I, for one, value the spirit of the contract, General. This contract will be notarized by some conceptual being, and if there's a breach, a huge penalty will be imposed. Do you understand? Zod took the contract Luke handed him without changing his expression and coldly said, as long as you get Cal to hand over the Growth Codex, my men and I don't mind being mercenaries for a while. Very well. As expected of a general, you go straight to the point. Luke clapped his hands in appreciation. In Superman's cell, the metal door was pushed open. Clark, confined to an operating table, heard the movement and opened his heavy eyelids. There was a blazing white light overhead, which made him dizzy. Clark. The familiar voice jolted him awake, and Superman struggled to see the person approaching. Is this my older cousin's voice? The lights dimmed for a moment and seemed to be moved away. Luke smiled and softly asked, are you surprised? Surprised, right? Superman froze for a moment and then felt surprised. Cousin, why are you here? Luke curled his lips and softly said, you're a prisoner. If I didn't come to rescue you, Zod's men would have sliced you up. Clark couldn't help but feel ashamed when he heard that. It was his recklessness and impulsiveness that led to this. I talked with Zod, and he decided to abandon his plan to make Earth the new Krypton. Luke casually ripped off the shackles that imprisoned Superman. The atmosphere inside the ship didn't have any effect on him. Zod. How could he agree? Clark subconsciously asked. From previous contacts, it was clear to him that the Kryptonian general was a stubborn and extremely difficult guy to communicate with. I explained with love and reason and made Zod aware of his mistakes. He not only gave up his crazy idea but also decided to work for me, for a lifetime, to redeem his sins. Luke seriously replied. There was no time limit in that contract. Besides, as long as he signed his name, General Zod's soul belonged to Luke's underworld. He was now reborn as a worker. Don't expect to have an easy time after death. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 503, Chapter 500. Finalize everything and wave goodbye. Work. A lifetime. Clark, who recovered his ability to move, had a look of surprise in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't quite believe it. General Zod could repent completely and work for his older cousin to repent for his sins. It sounded like the President of the United States suddenly gained a conscience and felt that he shouldn't interfere in other countries' internal affairs and stir up regional disputes every day. So, he publicly apologized to the whole world and stepped down. It was too magical. It didn't make any sense. Clark, that's what's wrong with you. Luke frowned and taught his younger cousin a lesson. Labeling people is wrong. Although Zod had done a lot of wrong things, such as ignoring life, trying to commit genocide and destroy the Earth. But dig deeper, and you'll find some flashes of brilliance. Every sinful soul is worthy of redemption. They shouldn't be rejected just because they had made mistakes. Clark was wide-eyed, wondering if the light overhead was too bright and made him lose rationality. When his older cousin finished, he felt a surge of righteous light erupting. Luke's image, compared to before, had turned even more magnificent and taller. I was the one who was too narrow-minded. Clark bowed his head in shame. Compared with his older cousin's noble qualities of kindness and love, he was really far behind. You're still young. Having a little problem with ideological awareness is normal. Luke waved his hand, and his mouth twitched. It was as if, in the next moment, he was about to laugh out loud. Clark, now that we've come to this point, it's time for me to tell you something. Luke's expression turned dignified. The atmosphere was suddenly serious, and Clark was a bit flustered. There was a sense of tension as if the homeroom teacher was about to make a home visit after failing the final exam. Luke walked out of the cell. Then, he walked to the operating console of the lower chamber and inserted the master key that stored Jor-El's consciousness. This is... Clark saw a projection of a bearded man appear, with a hint of dismay on his face. This guy looks familiar. He thought so. Although it was a stranger's face that he didn't know, there was an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. I'm your father. Jor-El saw Clark and blurted out a classic line. A series of question marks popped up in Superman's mind. What's this thing? Just appearing and acknowledging a son. Jor-El, you're up next. Give your son a good dose of Kryptonian common sense. Luke placed his hands behind your back, like an old carder, and leisurely walked out of the room, leaving Clark and the bearded man looking at each other. Then, let's start with how your mother and Krypton were lost. Joel coughed twice, getting down to business. 1 hour. 2 hours. After talking for over 3 hours, Clark walked out of the room. His eyes were slightly red. The young face wore a sorrowful, grieving look. Apparently, the inferior warriors of the Scion planet strayed to Earth was far less touching than the explosion of Krypton, the extinction of his people, and the sacrifice his parents made. After listening to his father, Joel, Clark felt like he was only a stain on a coffee table, highlighting what once was an elegant gathering that was interrupted by accident. A small meaningless remnant. Don't be too sad. Luke saw the situation, patted Superman's shoulder, and seriously said, I didn't tell you the situation before because I was worried you wouldn't be able to stand it. Although Krypton has been destroyed and turned into specks of dust in the universe, we aren't alone. Clark nodded. When he found out about his Kryptonian identity, he felt that Zod was a little bit more pleasing to his eye. In the next few days, they spent time discussing how to hand over the Growth Codex in exchange for Zod's departure from Earth. The younger cousin didn't have any opinions. To build trust, the Kryptonian warriors freed Superman's parents. And Luke also handed Commander Fowler and others back over to Zod. 2 weeks later, the two sides reached an agreement. It was finally settled. Clark underwent surgery to remove the Growth Codex from his cells by a Kryptonian medical officer. At that time, his father, Joel, took such a crucial item before the destruction of Krypton and infused it into his newborn son. Cal, I'm sorry about your father's incident. After getting what he wanted, Zod privately met Clark again. Superman's father, Joel, died at his hands. They were both enemies and friends. They shared the same vision and perceived the harbinger of Krypton's destruction. They were equally disgusted with the corrupt rule of the leadership class and attempted to look for hope once more. However, they were on different paths. Zod wanted to overthrow the leader class and restart the exploration plan for Krypton's outposts. Joel felt that Krypton was hopeless. With the maturation of gene editing technology, people were firmly restricted. From the moment of birth, each Kryptonian's future was sealed. Designer, architect, soldier, scientist. Their occupations had been set. The same was true of personality and marriage. The intent of the Kryptonians was to weed out the inferior, less than stellar genes and make the race perfect. However, it ignored the fact that diversity was wiped out. It would only lose all its potential and gradually degenerate into mediocrity and extinction. It's impossible for me to forgive you in place of my father. Clark replied after a long silence. He wasn't the kind of person who would carry his hatred in his heart and sink deep into pain and suffering every day. Cal, we are always alone in this universe. Zod turned his back and looked at the softly glowing blue planet. They will not accept you. Any kind of creature would either worship or be wary and fearful of a being above them. Clark bit his lower lip, keeping silent. Uncle, are you leaving Metropolis? Lex looked over at the young man sitting in his office chair. Not long ago, Luke transferred all his property to him and Clark. Then, he told them a lot of things. Like he was about to travel far away and wasn't going to return. To be precise, it's a trip out of town. Luke was holding a dozen of signed soul contracts in his hand. Zod and his men were now his employees. In this time and space, the various stories about superheroes hadn't started to play out yet. Luke didn't think it was meaningful to stay any longer, so he might as well pack up the Kryptonians and return to the Marvel Universe. Then, when will you come back? Lex was a little reluctant. He still had good feelings for his godfather. At least Luke cared more about him than his father. It's impossible to say. Luke collected the soul contracts and gave Lex a deep look. He wondered if, in the future, his godson would still be Superman's greatest archenemy. He also wondered whether Gotham's Batman, because of Zod's invasion, would notice Clark and write a name down in his little notebook. Maybe it won't be long before we meet again, and hopefully, by then, you'll still remember what I said. Luke slowly left the seat and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. I will. I can save the world if I have to, Uncle. Lex earnestly said so. Clark is not the only one who can become a superhero, although I don't have his so powerful strength. Luke smiled. According to the outcome of every major event, Lex Luthor has indeed saved the multiverse several times. Say goodbye to Clark for me. He didn't make a point of saying goodbye to his younger cousin. That parting atmosphere served no purpose other than to add more sadness. I will. Lex turned to get 2 glasses from the liquor cabinet, but by the time he turned back, Luke's figure had disappeared. Uncle Luke always does this. Suddenly appearing and disappearing, as if omniscient and full of mystery. Leaving without even saying goodbye. Lex smiled bitterly and silently poured himself a glass of wine. Now, he was the boss of Vought Enterprise. Or the agent of Metropolis's Son of Tomorrow. It's time to find something interesting to do. Lex took a sip of his wine. His eyes deeply looked towards the distance. Binge. This fanfic is about to end on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 504, Chapter 501 on Planet Sakaar, Scrappers. Where are we going? On the Kryptonian spacecraft, Zod watched Luke's back. He didn't want to break the contract and promised to work for the other party for 10 years, so he wouldn't go back on his word. However, Luke said that he would take him and his men to another world, far away. I don't know. Luke was setting the coordinates of the universe, and by the way, he was calling the Vishanti in the next studio. When the latter got in touch with Eternity, he could drag Zod and his party back to the Marvel Universe. So, we don't even have a destination now. Zod frowned, and anger burst out in his heart. If he hadn't been beaten by the other party before, he would have rushed up with his fist. No plan. This was a fatal problem for a general who had to lead his subordinates. Not yet. Luke smiled. A pure white light came out of his hand. Like water waves rippling, ripples came out in circles. Across studios, the signal seemed a little bad. Open up a door. After a long time, Luke got in touch with the Vishanti and sent a brief message. Just wait a little longer. Soon you will be able to board a train to the new world. Hearing Luke say that, Zod pressed his anger down and grunted. He wanted to see what new tricks the other party could do. 10 minutes later, the pure white light suddenly expanded. Boom! Like a mountain calling a tsunami. A powerful energy wave swept through. When Zod saw the soft white light engulfing him, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover his eyes. In the next moment, he and the other Kryptonians, even the Kryptonian spacecraft that was moving, were wrapped in it. The intense light flashed like a violent explosion. A few seconds later, the huge spaceship disappeared, as if it never existed. Dragged by a force that was difficult to resist, it traced a shimmering trajectory and burst out of the source wall. On Mars, Dr. Manhattan was still in his seat. When the Kryptonian spacecraft disappeared into the darkness outside the source wall, he looked up. As if on cue, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Tycho star system, planet Sekar. This was a savage planet full of extremes and was constantly in a state of war. That was until Grandmaster arrived and changed everything. As one of the elders of the universe, he had a long life and transformed this place into a huge gladiatorial arena and slave trading center. He sent slave hunting teams around to find powerful warriors and threw them into the arena for entertainment. To bet on and fight. These were the Grandmaster's two hobbies. Only exciting bets, and exciting battles, could awaken the enthusiasm within him. An endlessly long life was enough to wear down any emotions. Without a hobby, the elders of the universe would be so bored that they would find a way to kill themselves. Outside the main city, at the junkyard. Whoosh! Crack crack! Scrapper 142 gazed at the piles of rubbish and wondered if she could pick up anything good to buy a drink today. Two of the most famous things on Sekar, apart from the gladiators, were the mountains of rubbish. Its special location, together with 8 other celestial bodies, formed the Tycho star system. It had 2 satellite moons, Akar and Saber. However, the latter was destroyed by the explosion energy of a cosmic vortex and turned into a meteorite ring. That unimaginable catastrophe also created the cosmic passageways that surround the planet Sekar. A spacecraft from a nearby galaxy could easily crash into this area because of a single mistake. Therefore, many civilizations used it as a garbage dump and a place of exile. They would dump waste here or throw in a few criminals. Scrappers were one of the 3 mainstream occupations on Sekar. They made a living by picking up garbage. Occasionally, if they were lucky, they would find engine parts for airships, second-hand household robots and so on. These could be traded to the main city dump for a lot of money. There were 2 mainstream occupations left. Either joining the slave hunting team or walking into the arena. Not much luck today. The young woman who claimed to be Scrapper 142 helplessly said so as she held a bottle. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a few mouthfuls, she laid down on the operating platform of the aircraft. Unlike her colleagues around her, she didn't just rush over when she saw a large dumping operation. Scrapper 142's work efficiency was rather low, looking like a lazy salted fish. She looked like a social animal who was forced to work overtime to cope with her boss, with no enthusiasm whatsoever. Boom! There was a loud noise. The space wormhole that was called the Devil's Anus was utterly packed by half of a ship's body. Good stuff. There are actually people who throw complete spaceships into junkyards. If I picked this up, how much could I sell it for? The scrappers whispered, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. That's clearly a spaceship with its power systems intact. Scrapper 142 glanced at her ignorant peers. She shook her head and moved her aircraft a little further out. It would be bad if the people there opened fire and splattered blood on a freshly serviced hull. Boom! The huge spaceship finally squeezed out of the space wormhole and landed on a garbage mountain below. The heavy mass crushed the mountain of discarded items that were piled up and pulverized into pieces. Where is this place? Dazed and even a little queasy, Zod had a hard time standing still with his hands on the operating console. He saw a group of unsuspecting scrappers in strange clothing below. There was also an intense look of disbelief in his eyes, catching a whiff of the smell of garbage emanating from the surrounding area. General, the navigation instrument has failed. The map shows that there is no record of this unknown land. Jax Yor eagerly said, with a hint of panic in his tone. The Kryptonian ship was loaded with navigational maps of up to 28 star systems, and there was no way they could have jumped such a distance in a short period of time. What the hell is this place? Rushing up to a bemused Luke, Zod angrily questioned. Welcome to, I don't know where this is. Luke was going to make some sort of imposing introduction but paused for a moment as he scanned the scrappers below and the smelly mountain of rubbish. Something's not right. Didn't eternity bring me back to Earth? Or did the Vishanti send the wrong message? General, until we figure out what this place is, we should take care of the guys who are surrounding us like locusts. Luke pointed to the excited scrappers below. They were like a group of sharks smelling blood. They carried various weapons, ready to rush up to the spacecraft. Wait. Scrappers. Mountains of garbage. Is this the Grandmaster's Seika? A series of thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. Jax Yor, see if the artillery system is working. Zod was distracted. His anger was still intact, and he turned to his adjutant. Jax Yor stood on the bridge and switched on the operating system. On the wings of the Kryptonian spacecraft, gun barrels came out. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After one round of shooting, there was no more living people in sight in this huge dump. You're so cruel and brutal. Luke made a couple of painless remarks before asking the female commander, Faura, to move the ship out into the open space. He was also in the leader class with a general's template. No Kryptonian could disobey his orders, except for Zod. Where are you going? The Kryptonian general couldn't help but ask when he saw Luke walking off the spaceship. They were strangers here, and they had no sense of security. Although judging from the strength of the scrappers, the natives of this planet looked weak. But Zod didn't let his guard down, ready to use strategies and then kill all the creatures that wanted to become their enemies. Asking for information, don't be so nervous. Luke waved his hand and whispered. Indeed, unfamiliar surroundings could easily cause stress, but these Kryptonians were super soldiers who could kill anyone as long as they were within the radiation of the yellow sun. It was clearly the Grandmaster of Seika's turn to get a headache. Getting away from Zod and the rest of the Kryptonians, Luke swept across the junkyard and spotted a craft resting on the outer edge. Hey friend, is this Seika? Luke took a step forward and teleported to where the other party was. Yes, go to the east. You can see the city. Perhaps having seen the way her colleagues were exterminated, Scrapper 142 was polite to him. She didn't try to rush up and sell him into the gladiatorial arena as she did to Thor, the god of thunder. Are you from Asgard? After Luke got an exact answer, he couldn't help asking one more question. He knew of a Valkyrie of Asgard who was on Seika, working as a scrapper and occasionally part-timing as a slave hunter. She loved to drink and was drunk all day long, with obvious characteristics. But in Luke's memory, she was a black girl. Scrapper 142 standing in front of him, had blonde hair, fair skin and heroic spirit in her brows. As what? Asgard. Guard what now? Seeing the other party's reluctance to admit it, Luke didn't press the issue any further. He just thought of it on a whim. I'm going to be spending time on Sakaar and will probably need a guide who is familiar with space navigation. You could hitch a ride if you want to visit your homeland. After leaving these words, Luke disappeared into the junkyard. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 505, Chapter 502 in the arena, Beta Ray Bill. Sakaar was a peculiar planet in a constant state of chaos, devoid of a clear government and clear laws. The rules of existence that people observe and live by came from the Grandmaster's wishes. For scrappers, as well as local natives. The Elder of the Universe, who appeared to be an elderly hippie from Earth, was the infallible god. The Kryptonian ship swiftly moved away from the junkyard, where few people were in sight. There was no more activity around other than the scrapper community. While using Kryptonian technology, Zod scanned the planet's terrain and atmospheric composition. While searching the major coordinates in the galaxy to confirm their position. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. There's no response. Jax Yor had a puzzled look on his face. General, I didn't find any planet recorded in the database. Zod frowned even more tightly. The Kryptonian general didn't realize that he and his people had accomplished the incredible feat of crossing between studios. Keep searching. After a moment's hesitation, Zod spoke in a deep voice. He walked to the end of the bridge and opened his palm as if he was feeling the sunlight. It looks like the Hulk hasn't made it here yet. Luke, who had stepped into the main city, looked at the tallest building. The large heads were above the gladiatorial arena. Only the people who could get this honor were people with winning streaks in the competition. The fighting champions were recognized by the Grandmaster. There should have been 6, namely the Hulk, Thor, Beta Ray Bill, Oz, Ted Sallis, a humanoid, and a two-headed man. But now, Luke didn't see Hulk and Thor's faces being added to it. By deduction, during the time he was away, the Avengers hadn't fast-forwarded to the Ultron Crisis and Civil War. I wonder what the situation on Earth is like right now. If Luke wanted to go back, he could always open a portal and travel across the galaxy straight to Earth. But he didn't do so. For one thing, carrying a Kryptonian ship was more strenuous. Second, finding a bunch of Kryptonian fighters for free was a rare thing. He had to put them to good use. General Zod, together with a dozen Kryptonian warriors, could thoroughly sweep away any force in the galaxy. If they were allowed to stay on Earth and deal with problems such as Hydra and the mutants, they were simply overqualified. It was a waste of resources. The vast expanse of space was the actual battleground on which Kryptonians should roam. Like an invisible man, Luke breached the heavy security and entered the unoccupied VIP room of the gladiatorial arena. There was a championship fight today, and the seats in the arena were almost completely filled with spectators who had bought tickets. Cheers, like thunder, resounded throughout the arena. Luke leaned back in his comfortable seat, quite interested in the Grandmaster. The Elders of the Universe might not be powerful, but they had lived long enough to have known many hidden stories. Since beating the Sentry and being promoted by a level. Luke then had a brief meeting with the 5 gods of cosmic creation and was given the task of sneaking off to another studio to do some things. Intuition told him that the handful of powerful beings at the top of the pyramid was planning something. Otherwise, there was no reason why the creation gods like Death, Eternity, Galactus, Infinity, and Oblivion, which were just below the living tribunal, would have noticed him. What was even more thought-provoking, of course, was the fact that they had actually discovered the existence of another multiverse. Let's meet Sakar's greatest gladiator. Horsehead. The host's roar interrupted Luke's thoughts. He shifted his eyes from the fruit on the table to the center of the arena. Grandmaster liked to find those powerful life forms and throw them into the arena. After a grueling battle, the winner would become a champion fighter. Horsehead. When Luke heard this name, he had a vague guess in his heart. The moment the host's words fell, a reinforced metal fence slowly rose up on one side of the arena. A tall, dark figure emerged from it. The champion, known as Horsehead, wore black armor that reflected the cold light. The head, which resembled a horse's head, was encased in a steel helmet, leaving only a narrow opening and a pair of angry pupils that seemed to burn with fire. In his right hand, he held a round golden war hammer. His heavy, condensed aura resembled a mountain range and was full of pressure. Horsehead. Horsehead. The atmosphere of the whole arena was as if it had been detonated. The audience shouted in unison, shouting the same name with enthusiastic voices. If you ignore the horse's face, he looks a bit like Thor. Luke smiled. Sure enough, he was right. Horsehead's real name was Beta Ray Bill. His home planet was destroyed, and only a few survivors escaped. They became refugees in the universe. In order to live a better life, they needed to elect a protector. After passing various tests and trials, Bill shouldered this heavy responsibility. His body was modified into a powerful version of a cyborg body, more powerful than a body of steel. Bill also had an impressive record. He once defeated Thor and lifted Mjolnir with one hand. He fought against the messenger Galactus had sent and defeated them. Bill was also called Beta Ray Thor because of his preference for the hammer as a weapon and had won Mjolnir's recognition. On the other side of the gladiatorial arena, a large number of Cronan warriors strode out. They were the new gains of the slave hunting team. In order to create a more exciting battle, the Grandmaster brought this well-trained team to face Beta Ray Bill together. He even gave the Cronan warriors weapons other than cold ones, such as laser guns and flamethrowers. Whoever can defeat my champion warrior will get his freedom. The Grandmaster's voice was heard across the arena, through the speakers. Now, not only was the audience excited, but the Cronan warriors, who were in the arena, were also excited. No one would enjoy the life of a slave, herded like livestock. Kill him. For freedom. We're getting out of here. Our families are still waiting for us. The Cronan people had a hard, rough grey stone-like appearance. They were physically strong and born with enormous strength. They weren't afraid of pain and were immune to most radiation. Trained Cronan warriors were one of the highest-rated soldiers in the universe. Upon entering the gladiatorial arena, they took their first defensive formation and prepared for a steady advance. The champion warrior carried a reputation that no one would take lightly. Even if there was only one Beta Ray Bill, and his weapon was just one hammer. Behind him, there were hundreds of thousands of spectators who were screaming. The momentum was enough to outshine the Cronan warriors. Kill them all. Do it. Smash them with your hammer. The two sides were at a standstill for a while, unable to resist the urging of the crowd and the unpleasant stares from the Grandmaster in the stands. Beta Ray Bill had a look of pity in his eyes, and then he sighed. Picking up the hammer, he charged forward. Boom! The champion warrior in the center of the gladiatorial arena stepped on the hard ground, causing a slight tremor under his feet. The whole person, like a sharp arrow, suddenly shot out. The atmosphere was compressed and pushed apart by powerful forces. With an explosion-like boom, Beta Ray Bill burst in front of the Cronin warrior almost instantly. He raised his golden round warhammer and gave it a simple swing. A terrible force swept out, breaking up the solid defensive formation. In front of Beta Ray Bill, the Cronin warrior couldn't breathe. His body exploded and cracked, and the hard stones crumbled. "Shoot! Shoot!" someone shouted. The laser gun was full of energy, ready to shoot out at any moment. Crack! Beta Ray Bill opened his palm and gripped it violently. Strong muscles bulged one by one, crushing them into a ball of scrap metal. His fist, like a heavy hammer, struck the Cronin warrior in the chest. Another man was killed on the spot. A wave of fire rolled over Beta Ray Bill. He remained expressionless. His golden warhammer flung out like a raging thunderstorm, smashing the man to pieces. In this way, in just a few minutes, more than 20 Cronin soldiers were slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Such an exciting and wonderful battle naturally attracted applause from the audience. Even the Grandmaster, who was sitting at the top of the stand, couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This was the competitive game he wanted to see. "Let's congratulate." Before the host could finish his words of praise, a boom was heard, and smoke rose from the arena. A dark shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Beta Ray Bill. "Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on here?" A deep, powerful male voice echoed in the quiet arena. The dark cloak fluttered up like a flag. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 506, Chapter 503. A wonderful battle, a fierce battle. Zod. Luke, sitting in a VIP room, froze, not expecting the Kryptonian general to find his way into the gladiatorial arena. It seems that leaving the familiar environment and coming to a strange place would really cause considerable pressure on some people. He had only been in the main city for a short time, and Zod was already impatient. It wasn't really a general-like thing to do. Just the thing to draw Grandmaster out. Luke wanted to show up, but then he thought, with such a powerful natural warrior like a Kryptonian, the Elder of the Universe on Sakaar would surely be happy and would try his best to get him. His lifted body sat back down on the sofa. Looking relaxed and laid back, he picked up an alien fruit and dropped it into his mouth. Kryptonian vs Beta Ray Thor. It's a rare show. Luke looked at the center of the arena, where the two tall figures were facing each other. His eyes couldn't help revealing a trace of anticipation. One was an alien warrior who had been transformed through bioengineering, could lift Mjolnir, and defeat Thor. The other was a Kryptonian, who was born in the leadership class, had a general genetic template, and subdued Superman. A battle between such strong men was far more interesting than the previous one-sided massacre. Compared with Zod, the Cronin warriors were just appetizers. Where did this guy come from? Did he buy a ticket? Horseface. Smashed him with your hammer. Fight. Fight. No one hated dramatic and unexpected twists. Because it added intrigue to a mediocre story. It could also give a legendary quality to the life of a mediocre person. The story of a warrior who never lost from start to finish and ended up dying of old age. That, obviously, wasn't as touching as dying at the hands of another warrior, draining the last drop of blood. As the champion of the gladiatorial arena, Beta Ray Bill's victory over the Cronin warriors had no suspense. By the time the audience had recovered from the bloody carnage, and the visual impact had dissipated, they found it boring. Therefore, Zod's unexpected entrance ignited their enthusiasm instead. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted. It swept over the Kryptonian general and overwhelmed him. Zod had a confused look on his face. He didn't understand what these people were shouting about. Is it a celebration? Hundreds of thousands of spectators packed in the stadium shouted in unison. A bright spotlight instantly struck Zod's body. The host, whose words had abruptly stopped earlier, also used a rousing tone to hype up the mood at the Grandmaster's command. Can't they be quiet? Zod frowned at the noisy, shrill sounds and looked over at Beta Ray Bill. He had learned the common language from the scrappers, but it was still a bit awkward. You stepped into a cage where there is no freedom. Beta Ray Bill looked at the Kryptonian general, who broke into the arena with pitying eyes. He could see that the other party was a powerful man. This conclusion could be drawn from either the violent aura or the powerful body. But what can he do? As an elder of the universe, the Grandmaster had countless slave catchers and a huge fleet of space pirates under his command. Even the strongest warrior needed to eat, drink and rest and simply couldn't outlast the sheer number of enemies. This was how Beta Ray Bill was captured alive and brought down to the gladiatorial arena of Sakar. He fought back, but the Grandmaster used his people to threaten him. Beta Ray Bill had no choice but to submit at the feet of the Elder of the Universe. A bunch of weak, ridiculous creatures who amuse themselves by watching you fight other creatures. Zod looked around the ring, and his face sank. The Kryptonian general reacted. The crowd applauded and shouted like crazy. They only wanted to see him and Beta Ray Bill tearing at each other like two wild animals. Are you so willing to accept your fate? To become a killing machine without dignity? There was anger in Zod's tone. Although he wasn't the one confined in a cage and spent his days killing people. The Kryptonian general, however, was emotionally disgusted and repulsed by such behavior. You think I haven't tried to resist? Beta Ray Bill bitterly smiled. He was a good man who detested killing and fighting, but he became a butcher in the gladiatorial arena. Coward. Zod coldly grunted. The tough-natured Kryptonian general was simply unwilling to listen to Beta Ray Bill's explanations. From his point of view, all the misfortunes in the world were caused by people's own lack of ability. The law of the jungle, where the stronger prevailed, was deeply ingrained in his genes and blood. Who is the owner of the arena? Zod asked. Beta Ray Bill hesitated for a few seconds. His throat rolled, and he was about to say the Grandmaster. Needle-like currents struck his neck, sending a sharp stab of pain through his body. Tear him up. Bill. The Grandmaster's indifferent voice echoed through the audience over the speakers. Zod glanced at the stands in the distance. His feet kicked up and shook the ground. Like an arrow, the tall figure sprang out and headed for the Grandmaster's VIP room. Beta Ray Bill had no choice but to follow the orders of the Elder of the Universe and swung his golden warhammer at his opponent. The atmosphere exploded with a loud, ear-splitting boom. Sensing the danger in midair, Zod could only stop his sudden advance. He turned around and opened his palm. Bang! The golden-colored round warhammer collided with the Kryptonian's torso, sending out a violent wave of air that was visible to the naked eye. The explosive sound blast shook the audience in the front row, right out of their seats. The ground collapsed into potholes of different sizes as if it had been bombarded by gunfire. Is that all? Zod's body shook but soon stabilized. He stomped through the atmosphere, his pitch-black cloak lifting and fluttering. With amazing power, he approached Beta Ray Bill. The whole space was distorted by the blow to the head as if the sky was falling. Beta Ray Bill's eyes were horrified, but it was too late to dodge, so he raised his hands to block it. Crack! The hardened body that had been bioengineered wasn't enough to stand up to Zod. Beta Ray Bill's arms shattered, and his whole body was tossed away like a broken kite, crashing into the solid wall of the arena. Wonderful! Now, this is a real game. Horse faces down. The earlier incident of the audience being caught in the flurry of battle didn't dissuade these people. Instead, they were even more excited and thrilled. They couldn't help but cheer for Zod's great strength. You can't stop me. Zod landed on the ground. With his head held high, he looked towards Beta Ray Bill, whose body was embedded in the wall. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 507, Chapter 504 Space Fleet, One-Man Army. Beta Ray Bill had never met such a powerful opponent as Zod. In terms of strength, speed and combat sense, the latter was way above him. There was certainly an oversight on Beta Ray Bill's part, who didn't have too much of a fighting spirit. However, ending up in this miserable state in just one round was a bit of a shock to him. Even if you escape from the gladiatorial arena, you can't escape from Sakaar. Beta Ray Bill gasped. Escape? Why escape? Zod's eyes flashed with anger, and he spoke with a heavy, powerful tone. When you meet a bastard who steps on your head, you should throw a punch and charge, not turn around and run. That's what cowards do. It's an irresponsible act. Your determination is unworthy of the power you possess. The Kryptonian general had always had an unwavering determination and a strong and unyielding demeanor. He despised the weak. He appreciated warriors with courage and perseverance. Obviously, Beta Ray Bill wasn't included in this list. A guy who willingly became a slave and was ordered around didn't deserve Zod's respect. Heh. I am indeed a coward, submitting at the feet of the Grandmaster. Beta Ray Bill, whose arms were shattered and chest had collapsed, seemed to be fatally injured. But the modified mechanical body, with its nano-repair technology, had long since enabled the wounds to heal rapidly. He pulled himself out of the solid wall and gripped the golden war hammer. For Zod, the reckless guy who barged into the gladiatorial arena and attempted to threaten the Grandmaster's personal safety. There was actually some admiration in Beta Ray Bill's heart. But he was only a slave, without free will, let alone the ability to disobey the Grandmaster's orders. He couldn't even remind the other party to escape. In that case, the Grandmaster would surely fly into a rage. The Elder of the Universe on Sakaar might not spare Beta Ray Bill from punishment. For a trifle, flogging the gladiatorial arena's most popular and lucrative champion fighter. It wasn't worth it. But no one knew if the Grandmaster would do something to Beta Ray Bill's people. Thinking of his people being in danger, Beta Ray Bill looked pale. Holding the hammer, he stepped forward. Bang! A muffled, thunderous sound came out. Like a mammoth elephant trampling on the ground. The golden hammer, like a thunderbolt, slammed straight into the imposing Kryptonian general. The terrifying force struck through the atmosphere, setting off a furious roar. Zod seemed to have expected this but still didn't dodge. He faced the fierce attack head-on, clenching his right hand and striking straight out. The air was squeezed into a solid strip that seemed to cut through the void. Boom! When the fist came into contact with the hammer, the ground on which both sides stood collapsed, and the arena shook. The smoke and dust rose up like a sandstorm, obscuring the view. Then, the cacophony of vibrations turned into a circle of sound waves that crashed towards the audience. The breathless spectators, like wheat being harvested by a scythe, fell, row after row. The lucky ones felt their eardrums tingle and buzz. The slightly less lucky ones simply couldn't take it and passed out. The aftermath of the battle was so violent that it was threatening to spill over outside the arena. Those who sat in the back of the audience scattered and fled. The formerly intense applause disappeared in an instant. What a wonderful game! The Grandmaster, who was in the VIP room, clapped his hands and laughed. He didn't care about the hapless audience. He looked towards the pitch-black figure standing amidst the rolling smoke and dust, and a glint of blazing heat appeared in his eyes. Tough, brave and imposing. A creature like this could definitely be another big hit as a champion fighter if thrown into the gladiatorial arena. It's so exciting to actually have a natural-born warrior delivered to the door. The Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh with emotion over his overwhelming luck. His slave-hunting team traveled to and from many planets, searching for gladiators worthy of training. But none of the goods brought back could compare with the uninvited guest, who rushed into the arena himself. Strange, I can't tell what race he is or what planet he's from. After the Grandmaster's excitement passed, he felt a little confused. The Elder of the Universe had lived a long life, had experienced and seen more than any ordinary person could ever imagine. But he had never seen a race of beings with such an impressive physique as Zod. He was powerful, incredibly fast, and with extremely high stats in all areas. If anything, Beta Ray Bill was a rare S-card. Then, there was no doubt that Zod had an amazing potential to become an SSR. I have to have him. The Grandmaster made up his mind and immediately mobilized the space fleets positioned in the main city. Against tough fighters, using overwhelming numbers was the most effective. As long as they couldn't escape the constraints of the planet's gravity, even the most formidable warriors could only bow down before the fleet's onslaught of weaponry. Reporting, fleet, out of control. Crashing down. There's an enemy invasion. However, before the Grandmaster's plan could be realized, he received an alert from his men. A tragic video was projected in front of him. It was a human being wearing something similar to Zod. Somehow, he stood in front of the fleet. Compared with the huge space warships and a large number of space fleets, the man's figure was incredibly small and not worth mentioning. But before the commander could give the order to fire, the dark red cloak disappeared into thin air. He turned into a sharp straight line and easily penetrated those indestructible warships. Boom! Boom! The Grandmaster's fleet looked like it was as fragile as paper, unable to block the mysterious man's trajectory. The explosion of fire, like a spectacular display of fireworks, slowly blossomed. The Sakar fleet that could roam the galaxy was turned into a pile of scrap metal in a matter of moments. A space battleship, deprived of power, helplessly fell down. The Grandmaster was utterly stunned to see that. The Elder of the Universe wasn't distressed to see that. He could assemble another one at any time, given enough time. Those space pirates who sold themselves for riches and expensive space battleships, also weren't a problem. The Grandmaster was amazed at the incomparable strength of the mysterious man. In less than half a minute, the other party destroyed an entire space fleet. What kind of power is this? Where is the intruder? Where did he go? The Grandmaster gathered his composure and calmly spoke to the communicator. Seeing Zod, he wanted to capture the other man and throw him into the gladiatorial arena. But after seeing the terrifying strength of that mysterious man, the Grandmaster had no thoughts of that at all. He only hoped that the other party would leave Sakar as soon as possible and not cause any more trouble. Unfortunately, it backfired. He's in the arena. The leader of the slave hunting team was somewhat incoherent. He found the whereabouts of the mysterious man through satellite tracking. As if he was capable of teleporting long distances, the opponent had suddenly appeared in the gladiatorial arena where the Grandmaster was. What? The Grandmaster couldn't believe it. The space fleet was only starting to depart and was a considerable distance away from the main city. How long has it been? He's already here. Knock, knock, knock. A slow and rhythmic knock sounded from the door. The Grandmaster, sitting on the sofa, jolted to his feet. The door was pushed open. Grandmaster, got a minute? I'm here to make a deal. Luke walked into the VIP room with a gentle smile on his face. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 508, Chapter 505 High-profile entrance, making friends. Make a deal. The Grandmaster paused and stared at the young man who broke into his VIP room. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. The video captured by the satellite before was too blurred. The Elder of the Universe only caught a glimpse of the dark red streak, but didn't see his true face clearly. However, when Luke appeared in the VIP room, the Grandmaster couldn't help but wonder what happened in the video. Was this the terrible enemy who destroyed his entire space fleet? He looks unremarkable. This was the first impression the Grandmaster got. There was no strong sense of oppression. There was no such violent momentum as it did when he broke through the space warships with his bare hands. Then, the dozens of detectors scattered around the room reinforced this suspicion. All the statistics shown were average, not even comparable to the few guards in the room. If anything, Beta Ray Bill's combat power was above 300. Zod's combat power could break 500. Then, Luke's combat power didn't exceed 20. Too weak. The Grandmaster thought that, even if he picked one of the trashiest fighters from the gladiatorial arena, they would still be able to rub this guy to the ground. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. The Elder of the Universe was frowning and somewhat torn. How could such a powerful man, that could destroy a space fleet, be mediocre? The Elder of the Universe's senses constantly reminded him that Luke was by no means the gentle-looking man he appeared to be. On the contrary, the other party was potentially very threatening. It was just somehow hidden from the scanners. If you're going to make a deal, aren't you going to introduce yourself? The Grandmaster asked cautiously, as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Two strong, powerful warriors from an alien planet stood in front of him like a wall, protecting him from any kind of attack from the other party. Luke. You can call me Luke. The young man faintly smiled. His tall, sturdy figure looked a little skinny in front of the two nearly 10-foot aliens. Earthling. The Grandmaster narrowed his eyes and came to a conclusion. He knew a lot about the blue planet in that solar system. What do you want to talk about? The Elder of the Universe hesitantly asked. The corners of Luke's mouth hooked up. He spoke in a natural tone. I need to find a young planet that's habitable for life and located within the solar system. In addition, a large number of people are needed for construction work, as well as a space fleet that can make space jumps. The more the Grandmaster listened, the more confused he was. What does this have to do with me? He wasn't running a planet construction company. I hope you can prepare these things. After making a list for several minutes, Luke finally said so. A series of question marks popped up above the Grandmaster's head. The confused look on his face grew obvious. He even wondered if he had misheard. This young man was from Earth. Why is he making such rude requests with such a light-hearted tone? I'm sorry, I'm running a gladiatorial arena, not a VIP service company. You're at the wrong place. The Grandmaster managed to keep a decent smile and didn't lose his temper. At least, he was an elder of the universe. There was a certain level of respect for him wherever he went. His company itself operated the largest manpower trade in the universe, and he had a large number of slave-catching ships and fleets under its hands. Moreover, he also had a brother that was also an elder of the universe. Tainleer Tavan, the collector, was extremely wealthy. Owning the largest recruitment market for mercenaries in the universe and the black market trading center. No was his territory. So, when it came to reputation and heritage, the Grandmaster wasn't any weaker than the three galactic empires. Maybe, you didn't understand my meaning. Luke spoke to the Grandmaster through the two gods. This is a notice, not a request. He didn't mean anything by looking for the other party. He just wanted to get some benefits from him, intending to equip Zod and the others with a space fleet and then complete the plan to rebuild New Krypton. Therefore, Luke deliberately opted for a high-profile entrance. He destroyed a space fleet with his bare hands, fully demonstrating his own strength, and then put forward the above requests. Good plan. But it seems that the Elder of the Universe had quite the strong mental fortitude. It looked like he wasn't shocked. When he heard Luke's arrogant reply, the Grandmaster sneered, not even bothering to reply. He was skeptical about his opponent's display of blowing up his space fleet. Besides, a creature with such great power. Why would he need to intimidate me and try to take things away from me? The Grandmaster looked a little annoyed. The two gods, sensing the situation, took 2 steps forward and approached Luke. They reached out to push the skinny man, ready to throw him out of the VIP room. Putting all your trust in machines isn't a good habit. Luke scanned around and seemed to notice. Why is the Grandmaster so calm? With the bioforce field wrapped around him and with his promotion into a singularity, his overall aura seemed calmer and less intense than before. It was understandable that he was mistaken for an ordinary Earthling. Let's just say that, no matter what kind of alien species, they could easily be blinded by their own senses and data. Boom! Luke didn't make a move but released his bioforce field. The 2 burly guards tried to grab hold of his shoulders. As a result, before they could even touch him, they turned into a cloud of atomic dust, as if they were sketches, erased with an eraser, scattering into nothingness. The ceiling of the VIP room, as if lifted by a strong shock wave, blew out a huge hole. The entire spacious, luxurious room, except for the ground they were standing on. All 4 walls were leveled and disintegrated into the tiniest of substances. This time, a dozen detectors finally sounded an ear-splitting alarm before being crushed into dust. The various figures given weren't in the hundreds or thousands. It was a terrifying value that exceeded the detection range and broke through the upper limit. The Grandmaster opened his mouth wide. He could feel a frightening wave of energy, like a tidal wave, destroying everything around him. The Elder of the Universe was in the center of the storm and could hardly take even 1 step out. He felt like, if he even moved an inch, like the force of destruction from an exploding star, he would be crushed and disintegrated. Sir, I think the request you just made was just too simple. The fancy-dressed Grandmaster quickly changed his expression and squeezed out a smile. In addition to a habitable planet in the solar system, there should be 3 more space fleets, more than 1 million free laborers, as well as terraforming, atmospheric modification supporting equipment. I'll fund them all, personally. For no other reason than to simply make a friend. Looking at the Grandmaster, who had cold sweat on his forehead and an extremely stiff smile, Luke opened his bioforce field and withdrew the suffocating pressure. That's what a wise man should do, follow his heart. He lightly said so. Indifferently. The Elder of the Universe secretly sighed and lamented. If you had been so high-profiled from the start, nothing would have happened. Binge. Resuming regular updates from today. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 509, Chapter 506 Freedom Fighters Odd, the Man Who Broke the Shackles. When will it be delivered? Luke tried to find a couch to sit on but found that the entire VIP room had been wiped out except for a part of the floor, which was temporarily intact. He could only teleport himself and the Grandmaster to the next room. Fortunately, in terms of power control, compared with his Kryptonian younger cousin, who was a humanoid demolition machine, Superman's older cousin was more skillful. The VIP room next door wasn't affected. Luke found what he wanted and sat on the sofa. If he let go of his control, not only the fleet and a room but the entire planet of Sakar would cease to exist. I'll get it done in the shortest possible time. The Grandmaster glanced at Luke from time to time, wondering when such a powerful person had appeared on Earth. About that backward planet located in the solar system, he had only heard the name Odin of Asgard and the spokesperson of the Vishanti, the Sorcerer Supreme. Beyond that, there was nothing noteworthy. It was said to be a mysterious place. A long, long time ago, the Celestials visited Earth and left their creations behind. Thanos, the fierce and famous Mad Titan, was always thinking about the blue planet and coveting the legendary Infinity Stones. 3 space fleets will soon be assembled and forwarded to you, and all kinds of supporting equipment for terraforming planets will be purchased as soon as possible. It won't delay you, sir. The Grandmaster restrained his distracting thoughts and readily agreed. Having lived for such a long time, wealth and dignity were things the Elder of the Universe didn't really need to place importance on. As long as it didn't deprive him of his only 2 pleasures, betting on things and setting up competitions, everything else was negotiable. That's just how they were, losing a hobby was simply worse than death. Because, by then, an endless life would be a curse. However, the search for a habitable planet in the solar system may take a little time. The Grandmaster carefully said so. A supreme being at least a Skyfather level, was entitled to respect wherever he went. And, thinking of Luke's previous delicate control of breaking matter into atomic dust and the terrifying momentum that made the planet tremble, the Elder of the Universe thought that the other party might be above a Skyfather level. A singularity. The Grandmaster's body slightly shook, and he quickly got rid of the speculation in his head. The Celestials, which once used the universe as a testing ground, were on par with the singularities. If Luke had such terrifying strength, killing the Grandmaster would be easy. Even if he had dozens of space fleets, they wouldn't be able to stop the other party. Your slave catcher ships travel through the galaxy and spread throughout the stars. Don't you have a detailed star map? Luke raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't have cared much about such issues. It could be earlier or later. But considering the Grandmaster's nature, as someone who only listened to harsh words, Luke made himself look stern. Why did people call him an elder of the universe? He's really underwhelming. He was almost blown out of the room when Luke got a little serious. You didn't know? I'm just doing some manpower trading. The slave-catching ships mostly stay, hovering in the galaxy's 3 empires in various starports, or interstellar routes of the transit planets. The Grandmaster didn't have the proper bearing of an elder of the universe at all. He looked like someone being bullied into submission, whining that it wasn't fair. Luke nodded, then shook his head again. He understood the reasoning, but the other party should be the one to solve the problem. For any creature, the more they were forced, the easier they were to talk to. The more they talked, the more they would relax and forget about the pressure. For example, Zod. The Kryptonian general wasn't acutely aware of the brutal fact that he had been reduced to a worker. If there was a chance, Luke had to pummel that fact into his head. Oh, I have a brother. The Grandmaster looked bitter but soon found a way. I wonder if you have heard of Tainlir Tavan, sir. Luke hesitated a moment and lightly said, the Tavan group. The collector in Noah. That's right. The Grandmaster rubbed his hands. A look of joy flashed through his eyes, somehow making him look like a thief. He's the owner of Noah, where the Tavan group is stationed all year round. Since it isn't subject to the laws of the 3 major galactic empires, people like cosmic mercenaries, space pirates, smugglers, slave traders, wanted criminals. Talents of all kinds have gathered there. Any kind of news from all corners of the galaxy will eventually flow into Noah. I believe that the Tavan group could meet all your needs, sir. Luke paused, took a deep look at the Grandmaster, and whispered, you have such sweet brotherly love. If the collector knew that his brother was ready to move the disaster that came to the garbage dump to him, he would be moved to tears. How could that be? This is nothing, as long as I can share your worries and solve your problems, sir. The Grandmaster didn't have any problems placing himself in the role of a lapdog. As for screwing over the collector, they were brothers. What's wrong with blocking a blow for your brother? Luke was amazed at the chutzpah of this elder of the universe and the lack of dignity. Thinking, it wasn't without reason that this guy could live such a long life in the dangerous Marvel universe. I'll convey your deep feelings to Tavan. As the saying goes, no one has the heart to slap a clown. The Grandmaster was so fawning that Luke didn't have the heart to make excessive demands. He had to turn his eyes to the 2 figures in the arena. One was standing while the other was on the ground. As Luke was extorting the Grandmaster, Zod had beaten Beta Ray Bill to the ground. As long as there was no magical attack, mind control, and Kryptonian weapons. Usually, Kryptonians would seem invincible. Even if Beta Ray Bill was a powerful warrior. Compared with Zod, he was still inferior. That brave warrior. Is he one of your people, sir? Thinking of the space fleet that was destroyed by Luke, that he actually wanted to use against Zod. The Grandmaster couldn't help but come to that conclusion. Not really, I'm just employing him for now. Luke smiled and waved at the Kryptonian general standing below. The Kryptonian general slightly scowled, seemingly not too fond of such a casual gesture. After a moment's hesitation, he still obeyed Luke's wishes. Smashing through the floor-to-ceiling window of the VIP room, he strode in. What's the matter? Zod coldly asked. He looked over at the Grandmaster on the sofa, and a cold glint passed through his eyes. Perhaps sympathetic to Beta Ray Bill's plight, the Kryptonian general was disgusted with the owner of this gladiatorial arena, the Lord of Sakar, the Grandmaster. His name is Drew Zod. He is one of my employees. Luke didn't seem to notice the coldness. He smiled and introduced him to the Grandmaster. On the distant planet of Krypton, General Zod was hailed by the people as the greatest freedom fighter, the one who broke the shackles. What he hates most in life is slave owners and gladiatorial proprietors. He hates them so much that he can't wait to rip off those guys' heads. I'm not talking about you. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. Grandmaster wiped the sweat on his forehead, forced a smile and said, in fact, I am also a freedom-loving person. I wanted to disband the gladiatorial arena a long time ago, but I just never found the right chance. Since this, General Zod is a freedom fighter and the new champion fighter who defeated Beta Ray Bill. I'll simply give all those gladiators to him. I believe that those strong warriors will be able to live a better and free life under your command, sir. Luke waved his hand, pretended to refuse with a few words, and then said, how embarrassing, you're really too polite. The Grandmaster, who was too afraid to speak his mind, continued to praise him. Only Zod had a big question mark on his head. A freedom fighter. What the hell? Binge. This book is completed on patreon.com/binge translations. Read now. I am also going to release a new original book from Monday on Patreon. Novel name, Magic Emperor. Synopsis. Lucius Sylvie, the prophesied future Magic Emperor, and heir to the Great Sylvie Dukedom, after spending 7 years to possess the Emblem of Luck, was ambushed by the mysterious organization First Pavilion, on the battle for the throne of Central Empire. With mortal injuries and no chance to escape, he was beheaded by the true protagonist of the era, Deculian Braveheart. However, turning the wheel of time, he has returned to the past when he was 14 years of age. From that very moment, Lucius, with the knowledge of the future, decided to right all his past wrongs, kill every member of First Pavilion and crown himself as the Magic Emperor. But, were First Pavilion the only people behind his downfall? However, before he could start, he heard a prompt. Ding, *. Initiating the Magic Emblem System. Tags, nobility, hidden identity, weak to strong, revenge, magic, elementals, beasts, monsters, hunters, academy, scheming protagonist, cautious protagonist, overpowered protagonist, side character as protagonist, counter-attack, system, non-sentient system, multiverse, beautiful female lead, strong female lead, 2 love interests, late romance. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 510, Chapter 507 Noah, Tavan Group. Zod was neither a fighter nor a freedom seeker. He simply hated the weak who succumbed to fate and cowards. A true soldier would never bow his head, much less be willingly imprisoned in a cage. Therefore, when Luke called him over, Zod wanted to teach the Grandmaster a hard lesson. Better yet, throw the other party into the gladiatorial arena and let the angry people who lost their freedom and were reduced to slavery tear the damn guy to pieces. This was a logical ending. It was only when the Kryptonian general heard Luke say that the Grandmaster was willing to offer 3 space fleets, as well as his willingness to help find habitable planets, and was responsible for providing free labor, working for the reconstruction of Krypton. Zod chose to remain silent. He couldn't help it. The Grandmaster gave too much. His position was simple. Everything for Krypton. Then it's a deal. Zod, why don't you thank the Grandmaster? Luke glanced at the Kryptonian general, coughed twice, and reminded him. For the sake of the Grandmaster's selfless dedication, Zod, who was full of arrogance, reluctantly thanked him. With that, the Kryptonian general secretly sighed. He helplessly lamented that his dignity and integrity, which he was so proud of, were slowly being eroded. This was probably the heavy price that must be paid for the rebirth of Krypton. After talking about the deal, Luke refused a banquet from the Grandmaster. He wasn't interested in those alien beauties, and he wasn't in the mood to socialize with the smooth-talking elder of the universe. Luke considered himself someone very different from Star-Lord. He didn't have such a big appetite, being turned on by any female of any race. Returning to the Kryptonian ship with Zod, he had just walked onto the bridge when he saw a group of Kryptonian warriors waiting with a lot of questions. This scene made Luke inexplicably feel the odd feeling of trafficking people. What the hell is this place? Commander Fowler stared at the young man, who was also a Kryptonian general. Sakaar. The latter shrugged his shoulders and replied. What's Sakaar? Fowler asked again. A barbaric planet in the Tao system. The corners of Luke's mouth hooked up, teasing the Kryptonian commander. I'm guessing that in your next question, you will be asking what the hell is the Tao system, right? Realizing that she had been teased, Fowler was furious, her eyebrows raised and her fists clenched. Don't talk in circles. This isn't the universe we know, isn't it? Zod interjected, narrowing his eyes at the smirking Luke. If the other party weren't his nominal boss, this Kryptonian general wouldn't be so patient. That's right. This is another universe. There are no Guardians of the Universe, no Green Lantern Corps, and no Earth where Clark is located. Luke nodded in acknowledgement, ignoring the angry-looking Zod and the Kryptonian warriors as he continued, fellow remnants of Krypton, ask yourselves, is there a difference to you between the original universe and the strange universe you're in now? Does it matter? The people I listed are not going to help rebuild Krypton. They might even be a hindrance. You guys don't think that those little blue people, or any other civilization, would like to see a whole new Krypton emerge, do you? Luke's several questions left Zod contemplating. Reason told him that the other party was right. When Krypton was reborn, other cosmic forces wouldn't necessarily sit idly by. An unfamiliar place often means a new beginning. Luke smiled, leaving the room for Zod and the Kryptonian warriors. A few days later, the Grandmaster was really efficient. Without much delay, the 3 space fleets had been handed over to Luke. The space pirates were still defiant at first, but after being persuaded by Zod through a physical persuasion, they all turned into obedient students. The Kryptonian general was truly talented in disciplining new recruits. 3 space fleets flanked the Kryptonian ship as it left Sakaar and headed for the collector, Tainleer to Vans Noah. Fortunately, the 2 sets of space technology operating systems were roughly the same, and the gap in technological power was minimal. Without having to go through a long process of learning, Zod and the Kryptonian warriors had learned how to fly the battleships. Under Luke's assignment, General Zod himself, Commander Fowler, and Jaxior piloted the 3 space warships from the Grandmaster's friendship gift. With the strength of Kryptonians to suppress them, the group of space pirates that had no loyalty naturally would submit. Even if they had some ideas, they had to hide them to avoid being used as an example for others. Luke didn't have time to worry about those complicated problems. If Zod and the Kryptonian warriors couldn't even restrain space pirates, then the task of rebuilding Krypton might as well be given to someone else. Boss, we're approaching Noah sector. A one-eyed cyberpunk-like pirate with a mechanical prosthetic body respectfully said so. Luke nodded his head, indicating that he was aware. He didn't like being called captain, commander, and so on. Therefore, the pirates chose to call him boss as the next best thing. The interstellar voyage was a boring thing. Although in the beginning, the gorgeous and colorful vast space could deeply move people. But, the monotonous and boring dark space would only create a depressing atmosphere. Let's start the next jump. Luke leaned back in his chair and commanded the space pirates. The Kryptonian ship pinpointed the space coordinates, and the engines spewed out ghostly blue flames. It violently accelerated and broke into the grid-like transition point. Luke closed his eyes and felt like he was walking through a long tunnel. By the time the Kryptonian ship burst out from the other end of the spatial grid, the first thing that entered everyone's sight was a spectacularly beautiful dusty nebula. "This is Noah," the one-eyed pirate cautiously stated. Luke was silent, staring at the huge weird skull. Like a small planet, it floated quietly in the nebula. "Sail into the starport." Luke waved his hand. Noah was originally the head of a deceased Celestial's avatar, which was discovered by the Collector's Tavan group a long time ago. After occupying it, mining activities were gradually carried out. In the vast and infinite dark expanse of the universe, the once immensely powerful Celestials were the driving force behind the origin of civilizations on various planets. But right now, all they had left was a head for people to look at. Bones, brain tissues, and spinal fluid were all sold as rare resources. Luke lightly sighed. The Kryptonian spacecraft slowly sailed into the starport and anchored on the dock. For hundreds of years, under the intentional management and construction of the Tavan group, this chaotic area, which wasn't under the jurisdiction of the three galactic empires, had gradually turned into a well-known illegal black market area in the universe. There were no laws here. So, long as you had enough wealth, you could buy anything. The well-known collector built this asteroid-like head of a celestial into a huge trade center. Here, no one would ever have to worry about being hunted or arrested by other powers. Even the three empires would have to get prior permission from the Tavan group. Therefore, they could safely sell and deal with those who had obtained wealth and gains by illegal means. Over time, not only smugglers and space pirates enjoyed trading here, even the mercenaries, who loved money even more than their own parents, and information brokers from various forces, had used Noah as a secret and convenient private channel. The Kryptonian ship was docked in the spacious hangar, attracting many curious, speculative glances due to its massive size and the presence of clean-cut space pirates as its crew. Was this a new space pirate group? They were all speculating. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 511, Chapter 508 Kree Fleet, get him out of the way. Luke did not care about the hidden glances of the others and swaggered out of the dock with those space pirates. The three space fleets led by Zod, Commander Fowler, and Jaxior, were still behind and presumably close to arriving. "Boss, did you come to Noah to buy information or to attend the auction?" the one-eyed man asked, bowing his head like a follower. Although this group of recruited space pirates hadn't seen Luke's powerful strength, which destroyed a fleet with his bare hands. But they all had experienced Zod's iron fist and naturally behaved well. Even the Kryptonian general had to maintain a certain level of respect when facing Luke. Thus, this human boss from Earth either had a more significant background or was stronger. Space pirates weren't all a bunch of illiterate people without a proper education. Some intelligent people fought their way up. They knew exactly what kind of guys they could bully and what kind of big guys they couldn't offend. Auction. Luke's eyes lit up. He hadn't been this kind of face-slapping, pretentiously grabbing a treasure occasion, yet. Yes, there's an annual collection festival in Noah, a celebration established by Tain Lear Tavan. A grand auction is held the day before the festival. The one-eyed man saw that the boss was interested and made a point of explaining. The main purpose is to attract more guests and, incidentally, promote the reputation of the Tavan group. Space pirates were always the most well-informed group of people in the universe, with knowledge of many secrets. Luke narrowed his eyes, seemingly somewhat moved. He opened his mouth and asked, "So is there any shtick to this auction?" As everyone knew, no matter which auction house was doing business, they would surely prepare a grand finale item that would attract customers. It seems to be a resource planet containing some kind of special mineral veins. The one-eyed man thought for a moment and whispered. This auction had been warming up for a long time. The Tavan group was spreading its advertisements around. It was clear that they wanted to lure the warlords, dictators, or powerful empires into taking the bait. A resource planet with considerable value added for lone wolf space pirates, and generic mercenaries, had little meaning. It wasn't safe enough and would fall into the hands of merchants and trading groups. Only powerful empires like the Kree and Skrulls would find it useful. Resource planet. Sure enough, Luke curled his lips when he heard it. Spending a large sum of money on a small resource planet for ore mining served no purpose other than to waste time. What Zod and the other Kryptonians needed was a young planet with vitality. Find a hotel first and wait for Zod to come over. Luke waved his hand and dismissed the idea of attending the auction. With the recommendation of the Grandmaster, plus the 3 space fleets with sufficient firepower, he felt that he should be able to reach an agreement with the Collector and obtain a lead about a suitable planet from the other party. As for being penniless and not being able to pay, it didn't matter. Luke had always relied on reasoning with others to do things, and the ability to pay out money was only an occasional thing. If it didn't work, he would just ask Zod to locate the orb and sell it to the Collector. He believed that at that time, Tain Lear Tavan would regret that he didn't make a deal with him when he could. Anyway, the 6 Infinity Stones were of no use to Luke. He just needed to properly secure the Eye of Agamotto, originally the Time Stone of the Sorcerer Supreme. At best, add S.H.I.E.L.ds Tesseract that's originally the Space Stone. And avoid letting Thanos collect the full set and snap his fingers. Perhaps, if Luke's fellow Travisers crossed over to the Marvel Universe, collecting the Infinity Stones and wearing the Infinity Gauntlet would be the main plot. But Superman, who had experienced the thrill of the snap early and also rubbed Thanos to the ground, didn't need to do so. Luke's current small goal was to jump out of the multiverse box and push open the door to the Omniverse. This way, whether it was a big event or a cosmic crisis, it wouldn't affect him. He just wanted to live in peace. Through the comic book universe, the only people who could barely live a quiet life were those big characters of the Omniverse. Even if the multiverse restarted, their existence wouldn't change. But an almighty Omniverse level couldn't be reached by simply upgrading his cards. They were equivalent to editors and creators. The only way to push open that door was to take advantage of the opportunity in big events. Luke thought so and walked through the hotel doors. "General, we've arrived in Noah." The space fleet led by Zod followed the direction of the Kryptonian ship and entered the mesmerizing and gorgeous nebula through continuous space jumps. "Have Faura and Jaxior find an open area to anchor the fleet." The Kryptonian general said so in a deep voice. The 3 space fleets were so large that the starport on Noah couldn't accommodate them. They were just stopping for a while to resupply and search for a location for New Krypton. There was no need to stir up the crowd, making it look like a battle. General Zod considered a low-key approach and decided to go in by shuttle and meet up with Luke. Yes. The space pirate leader nodded his head. They wouldn't dare to question Zod's order. Those defiant and unruly brothers had all become space mummies. The Kryptonian general never hesitated to use the simplest, most violent solution to a problem. After wringing the necks of several space pirates with his bare hands, these guys were as docile as sheep, and they never caused any more problems. Fowler and I will take a shuttle to Noah. The others should stay on the battleship. Zod left these words and left the bridge. Reaching the lower deck, he sat down in a small, pitch-black shuttlecraft. There were other Kryptonian warriors to suppress and supervise the space pirates, so he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. The shuttle slowed down, pulled into the starport, and was just about to pull into the dock. Boom! There was a sudden violent shake. Zod's shuttlecraft, like a bouncy ball, whirled and flew out. It was like reversing into a garage halfway through, and suddenly someone forced their way into the only parking space and scraped the car, leaving a huge scratch. General. Commander Fowler was pissed. Except for Superman, who grew up on Earth, the majority of Kryptonians weren't actually good-natured. Especially the ones with warrior gene templates. If they had a disagreement, fists would swing around. Who are they? Zod's face sank. When had he ever been treated this way? A Kree warship. Probably the top brass of the military. After Fowler came to the Marvel Universe, she familiarized herself with the data of the cosmic forces of this universe. The space warship had the flag of the Kree Empire and a striking symbol resembling a Kryptonian family crest. The Kryptonian general narrowed his eyes without immediately attacking. They silently looked for another dock and docked the shuttlecraft there. After paying the fees, Zod quickly led the commander to the warship. You just hit. The tall body of the Kryptonian general stopped in front of the other party. Tell him to fuck off. The tall, blue-skinned male-looking creature, surrounded by a cluster of people, faintly glanced at Zod and chided. Hearing the command from the superior officer, 2 Kree warriors with firearms stepped forward, ready to chase away the loiterer who appeared out of nowhere. Telling me to fuck off. Zod was able to understand the universal language of this universe. His inner fury soared. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 512, Chapter 509 Zod, so, you're Ronan, the accuser. It's another beautiful day. The collector, Tainleer Tavan, who was standing in his private museum. With his eyes full of satisfaction, he admired the rare items he collected with great care. Is there anyone who can possess a greater number of precious treasures than I do? The elder of the universe's face was filled with a sense of accomplishment, like an otaku looking at a wall full of limited edition figures. Sometimes, happiness was as simple as that. Master, there's an earthling who claims to have a referral from the Grandmaster, hoping to purchase a young and vibrant habitable planet from the Tavan group. The red-skinned maid cautiously entered the collector's private area and whispered. There were display cases around her. There were both dead and living things among them. For example, a certain technological item originating from an ancient civilization, some endangered species, and even a dog in a space suit. For Tainleer Tavan, the criteria for his collection were simple. It wasn't just a matter of being valuable, but its own value, as well as the time it took to preserve it. While the elders of the universe had long lives, to begin with, the collector was even more unusual. He once made a bet with one of the 5 deities, Death, and was lucky enough to be the loser. The price of losing was not being able ever to set foot in the realm of the dead. In other words, Tainleer Tavan had an immortal body in a philosophical sense. For the foreseeable future, the collector would probably be one of the longest living elders of the universe. Unless the multiverse was rebooted and the concept of death was rewritten. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Tainleer Tavan to die in a true sense. And because of this, the collector's favorite pieces were things that could be permanently preserved and wouldn't be corrupted by time. Like the Infinity Stones that belonged to this category. In the comic book, Tainleer Tavan once thought about collecting the Avengers, throwing Captain America and Iron Man into a display case, but it didn't work. The mutants and Inhumans were all targets. The Grandmaster. An Earthling. The collector frowned. The elders of the universe had lived for so long that their relationships had long since faded. They were only interested in their own hobbies and desires. They didn't care about anything else. Could he be getting me into some kind of mess again? The collector thought about it for a moment and told the maid, "Take that Earthling to the reception room. I'll see him later." Every time the Grandmaster approached him, nothing good would come of it. Last time, the other party said there was a shortage of champion fighters on Sekar. He made a bet with Tainleer Tavan and finally snatched Beta Ray Bill. It was a precious item that he had managed to get his hands on, one that had undergone a cybernetic transformation, a powerful warrior like no other. There were also tournaments in Noah, and Beta Ray Bill was supposed to be the collector's trump card. Used against the captain of the guard of the Shi'ar Empire, Kalak. "Yes, Master." The red-skinned maid nodded and then said, "The Kree Empire's warship has just entered the starport. The representative involved in this auction house is Ronan the Accuser, the famous warlord." How could it be him? The collector's relieved brow knitted together again, and his face looked a little depressed. Noah was the territory of the Tavan group, even the 3 galactic empires had to show respect. Ronan, the Accuser, was not only overbearing in character, but he was also exceedingly arrogant and a warmonger. And there was also a strong racist sentiment, discriminating against any life other than pure-blood Kree. If some Skrulls or some Shi'ars passed by and provoked this guy into a killing spree, it would be bad. After all, it wasn't as if Ronan hadn't done that kind of thing before. "Did you send someone over to greet him?" The collector instantly forgot about meeting the Earthling. He didn't want Ronan to cause a mess and disrupt the auction. "No, not yet. We tried to contact the Kree Empire's warship before, but they refused to communicate. We don't know when Ronan would arrive in Noah." The red-skinned maid bowed her head and replied with a trembling voice. The collector was furious, but at this time, he wasn't in the mood to punish anyone. He quickly walked out of the huge room filled with display cases and was ready to contact the person in charge of the starport. But before Tainleer Tavan could do so, his communicator received a message. "What? Someone got into a fight with Ronan, the Accuser." The collector's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have the guts to mess with that notoriously evil warlord? Back 20 minutes ago. Are you telling me to fuck off? Zod stared at the tall, blue-skinned male alien. The other party looked like a big shot, with people following behind him. Moreover, when the Kryptonian general blocked the way, a number of warriors instantly raised their firearms and pointed them at his body. Looking at their cold eyes, It seemed that as soon as the blue-skinned alien gave the order, they would immediately shoot to kill. Such nonsense. Zod sneered without trying to avoid it. He didn't exactly have a good temper either, but he was a Kryptonian general who had never needed to raise his fists to teach other people a simple lesson. But this blue-skinned guy not only rammed his shuttlecraft with his warship, but he was also threatening him with force. Inferior races. Zod clenched his fist and was about to teach the other party a lesson when he suddenly heard such words. As if another bucket full of oil was poured in, the existing blaze of anger boiled up even more. It had to be said, the Kree were simply dancing in a minefield. Zod, as someone with the general genetic template, had to protect Kryptonians' honor. In order to fulfill the great cause of rebuilding Krypton, he even went as far as to work for Luke and sell his freedom. But someone actually insulted Kryptonians as an inferior race right in front of him. It goes without saying what the outcome would be. Furious, Zod didn't say anything else. He directly opened his palm and fiercely gripped the energy weapon. It was instantly crushed into scrap metal. Then, his right hand choked the Kree soldier's neck and twisted it. Crack! The fragile neck was instantly broken. Even if the Kree had a tougher physique than other races, being able to accommodate multiple copies of organs and immune to certain levels of radiation. But in the hands of Kryptonians, they were still like lambs to the slaughter, powerless and defenseless. The pitch-black cloak rose up high. Zod's entire body rushed into the line of Kree warriors at a speed that far exceeded the dynamic vision of the Kree. His fist was like a war hammer, beating out heavy and dull sounds. It could be said that he mopped the floor with them. In a few breaths, all the cocky Kree warriors were on their way out. The scene was quite bloody. Someone's neck was broken, someone's chest had collapsed in, and someone's head was crushed. The Kryptonian general mowed them down like grass. He was extremely efficient without giving the Kree a chance to react. Now, is someone going to come forward and apologize to me for being rude? Zod asked as he stared at the bigwig from the Kree Empire, whose veins were throbbing at the corners of his forehead, and killing intent was oozing out. Do you know who I am? The tall, blue-skinned alien pushed aside the Kree warrior who stood in front of him and emerged from the crowd. He held a long-handled war hammer in his right hand, with a very imposing and oppressive aura. On the surface, he didn't look like a weak person. I am the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, Ronan. The blue-skinned alien gave him his name. However, he didn't see the anticipated look of fear and panic coming from the other party. Until a petite woman came up to remind him. The rugged man who had exterminated a squad of Kree warriors in a split second nodded his head in realization. So, you're Ronan the Accuser. Zod pondered, contemplated for a moment, then continued, I already know who you are. For the sake of the Kree Empire, you can leave after you apologize. Binge. Read all remaining chapters on patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 513, Chapter 510 Shi'ar Empire, The Gladiator. After the reminder from Commander Fowler, Zod finally knew. He knew who this tall, blue-skinned male alien in front of him was. The center of power in the Kree Empire, Ronan the Accuser. The most famous warlord and cold-blooded executioner in the galaxy. He had committed inhumane massacres in the war against the planet Xander. His fierce reputation wasn't inferior to that of the Mad Titan, Thanos. The Nova Corps had, on more than one occasion, strongly condemned such behavior. However, Due to the huge military power of the Kree Empire, it could only remain as a verbal warning to avoid conflicts. In that case, considering that further entanglement may lead to more problems, Zod eased his tone. Before the grand reconstruction of Krypton could take its first steps, starting an irreconcilable conflict with the Kree Empire, one of the three major powers in the galaxy, was obviously unwise. Therefore, the Kryptonian general was willing to compromise and back down. For the sake of the Kree Empire, you can leave after you apologize. Zod considered himself magnanimous and refrained from further commenting on Ronan's outburst and arrogant disrespect. However, the warlord from the Kree Empire only felt that this was a blatant provocation. Have you always been so fearless? Ronan gripped the long-handled warhammer tightly, and his sharp eyes, like knives, stabbed at Zod. How dare you ask me to apologize? It would be the greatest mercy for me not to take your lives today. The originally relaxed atmosphere, with the drop of this sentence, became tense once again. The Kryptonian general's face sank. He knew that the laws of survival among the universe were no different from the natural world, focusing on individual strength and group forces. The existence at the top of the food chain could really take whatever they wanted from the creatures at the bottom and kill them at will. But what surprised him was that Ronan, who was heavily armed and had control over the fleet, hadn't seen the current situation clearly. Courage is the basic quality of a warrior. I'd like to ask, are you so confident about yourself or the Kree Empire's fleet? Zod took a general glance. In terms of the strength of the other party. If they really fought, at best, they would be in a 50-50 situation with the Kryptonian warriors. If they simply competed in physical fitness, Ronan may also be inferior. After all, having been enriched by the yellow sun, his Kryptonian physique was constantly evolving. Not to mention the Kree, even the Eternals might not be enough. Confidence is a fundamental quality in a leader. Ronan emerged from the crowd and looked towards the Kryptonian general. You turned down your only chance to survive. Do you have any last words? The two faced each other like gamblers who felt that they had a winning hand. Zod thought his fists were enough to pin his opponent to the ground. On the other hand, Ronan felt that with the Kree Empire's fleet backing him up and his own strength as a guarantee, there was no need to even look at the other party. In all his years of conquering the galaxy, he had never met an enemy that could threaten his life. Not long ago, the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire gave Ronan a powerful weapon as a reward. As a result, the accuser's confidence in his own strength was inflated as never before. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Zod took a step forward. His terrifying momentum built up as if he was ready to slam his fist into Ronan's head. Gentlemen, please show some respect. Just as the battle was about to break out, a projection of Tainlir Tavan appeared between the two men. Although private duels aren't forbidden in Noah, this is a starport, not a gladiatorial arena. The collector, who was on the top floor of the Tavan Group building, saw the situation getting worse and had to intervene. He knew exactly what kind of madman Ronan was. The Nova Corps turned a blind eye to the existence of Noah. The three galactic empires also give basic respect to the elders of the universe. But this war madman of the Kree Empire wouldn't follow those rules. In case Ronan got angry, his fleet might fire at Noah, destroying it. Afterwards, the collector couldn't hold him accountable. The status of an elder of the universe may seem high, but their military power may not be comparable to that of the three galactic empires. As for Zod, although Tainlir Tavan didn't know who the other party was, but his vision and insight were much greater than that of this arrogant accuser. Powerful. This was the collector's first impression when he saw the Kryptonian general through the ubiquitous surveillance devices. That terrifying aura, like that of a silent volcano, wasn't something that could just be faked. Only a powerful warrior, who had fought many battles and won numerous victories, could develop an unbreakable mental will of steel. The Grandmaster sent out slave-catching teams all year round, looking around for qualified warriors. On Sekar, there were even competitive matches all year round. Having been exposed to it, the collector's ability to judge was evident. I'm tempted to show you some respect and let this reckless guy off the hook. Ronan, the accuser, spoke faintly, but his right hand, which held the long-handled war hammer, didn't loosen its grip. But you should also know that the Kree have always valued honor and dignity and will never refuse a challenge. The collector paused and remained silent. Of course, he knew the Kree Empire was famous for its warrior culture. Every blue-skinned, pure Kree was born an aggressor and predator. Ronan was one of the best. So, this brave warrior, you. Tainleer Tavan turned his attention to Zod. However, the latter didn't show him any respect either. Kryptonians will never forgive any arrogant people who insult our race. This time, Zod didn't back down. Kryptonian. Both the Collector and Ronan were surprised to hear that. This was a planet they had never heard of. In that case, you can go to the gladiatorial arena. Anyway, the warrior tournament of Noah will be held in 2 days. Seeing that both of them didn't give him an ounce of respect, the collector was a little offended and spoke in annoyance. The Tavan group did business on every planet in the galaxy, and the most lucrative trade in the interplanetary colonization era, the labor force, was undoubtedly one of them. In fact, in the arena on Sekar, half of the gladiators there were sent over by the collector. Unlike the Grandmaster's private hobby, Tainleer Tavan regarded it as a lucrative and popular business and managed it carefully. In order to create momentum for the annual auction, Noah would open the arena and hold a contest. The winner would receive a huge reward that would be envied by the entire galaxy. The arena, good. I heard that captain of the guard from the Shi'ar Empire will also be coming over for this auction. Ronan, the accuser, seemed to remember something and loudly said, when the arena is officially opened, I can use this Kryptonian to warm up before the battle with Gladiator. The Gladiator. His real name was Kalak. He was the captain of the guards of one of the 3 great forces of the galaxy, the Shi'ar Empire. He was also recognized as one of the strongest in the universe. In the comics, the Gladiator had fought Hulk and Thor. His personal combat skills were quite remarkable. He could smash asteroids with his bare hands, survive in the sun's core, and was tough enough to withstand gamma-ray blasts. The Gladiator's strength level was dependent on his confidence. As such, the more confident he was, the stronger he got. When he firmly believed that he could win, all aspects of his ability would significantly improve, with no limit. Therefore, he had entered the ranks of the 4 supermen of the Marvel Universe. Ronan had wanted to fight the Gladiator a long time ago and take the supreme honor of being the most powerful warrior in the universe from his opponent. Captain Kalak, who came for the auction, might not agree to the duel. The collector's head ached beyond belief. He knew that nothing good could come from Ronan, the accuser coming to Noah. Then, I'll take that resource planet in the finale of the auction as a bet for the battle. Ronan spoke with confidence and certainty. Tainleer Tavan was stunned, seemingly unprepared for the magnitude of the other party's offer. Where did this warlord of the Kree Empire get his confidence from? The gladiator's reputation was spread throughout the galaxy. In terms of combat capability, Ronan wasn't at the level of the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire. I hope you'll stay in Noah for 2 days, don't try to escape. Taking a deep look at Zod, Ronan, flanked by the Kree warriors, left the starport. The Kryptonian general simply raised an eyebrow without saying anything. All enmities were reserved for the gladiatorial arena in 2 days' time. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 514, Chapter 511. The chance to draw a prize. Who will answer the challenge? After Zod left the starport, he quickly contacted Luke, who had long since checked into a hotel at the core. The latter heard about the trouble caused by the Kryptonian general, and his mouth turned up with a relaxed smile. He stood in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city outside, ignoring Zod and Fowra, who had entered the door. Noah was divided into a mining area, residential area and core area. The outermost mining zones were populated by workers earning meager salaries. Moreover, there were multiple small groups of unscrupulous elements that specialized in keeping an eye on outsiders. Once they found a fat sheep that they could lay their hands on, it wouldn't take long for some of their organs to appear on the black market. This kind of thing would happen from time to time. Although, there were patrols and law enforcement teams in Noah. But those were the private armed forces of the Tavan group, which only served the big shots. The bottom level of the mining area was the slum. As long as there wasn't too much mayhem, they generally wouldn't interfere. Public security in the residential area was slightly better. Most of them were mercenaries trying to make a living, wanted criminals being hunted, as well as service providers. Only when someone stepped into the core area could they be considered an elite. They could enjoy a privileged life, as well as a comfortable environment. People at the bottom of the mining area often compared the core to a city that never slept, with nightly entertainment. Life there was like paradise. The philosophy and law of Noah, in Tain Lear Tavan's words, was a life that can't create value, has no need to exist. Why did you almost get into a fight with Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire? Gathering his distracting thoughts, Luke turned to ask. He had intended to meet with the Collector, accomplish his goal and then leave. Who knew that his meeting with Tain Lear Tavan would be scheduled for the afternoon? However, because of the conflict between Zod and Ronan the Accuser, a number of changes have taken place. Luke hadn't seen the most famous collector in the universe yet. It's Ronan's rude remarks, insulting us first. Perhaps worried that Luke would ask for accountability, Commander Fowler started to explain. After all, the other party was their nominal boss. The 10-year employment contract had already been signed, and it was impossible for them to go back on their word. You misunderstood, Ms. Fowler. I have no intention of blaming anyone. Luke slightly smiled, looking relaxed. The 3 great galactic empires Kree, Shi'ar and Skrull. These vast empires with their powerful armies, their advanced technology, their influence radiating over dozens of star fields and thousands of celestial bodies were nothing in his eyes. I'm just sorry that I wasn't there myself. Luke chuckled a little. If he replaced Zod, Ronan would be dead by now. There would be no such thing as waiting for 2 days. But, did they just say that the Gladiator, the guard captain of the Shi'ar Empire, will also be coming to Noah and participating in the auction? Luke asked. He was particularly concerned about this issue. Fowler gently nodded. This was something Ronan said himself. He was going to use the resource planet that was the final item for the auction as the stakes to invite the gladiator to the arena. Luke's eyes flickered for a moment. He hadn't forgotten that he had a side quest. Defeating Marvel's 4 Supermen. The sentry's name was stroked through. There were 3 people left, Hyperion, Gladiator and Blue Marvel. With 3 lucky draw chances in front of him, Luke was naturally tempted. What do you think of Ronan's invitation? Luke finalized the plan in his mind and turned his attention to the silent Zod. Average. The Kryptonian general whispered. Luke's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Zod's judgment wouldn't be wrong. But if Ronan had no chance of winning against the Kryptonian general, where did he get the courage to challenge him? General. Commander Fowler hesitated for a moment but succumbed to her genetic template and chose to call Luke General. Ronan's probably relying on his weapon. Luke raised an eyebrow. He remembered. The supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire once gave Ronan a powerful hammer called the Universal Weapon. He wasn't like the embarrassing villain who died in a dance-off with the Guardians of the Galaxy. In the comics, after Ronan the Accuser obtained his weapon, he could manipulate matter, create gravity, and control lightning, which granted him tremendous combat strength. Perhaps this is where the initiative to challenge the gladiator came from. Are you confident that you can beat Ronan? Luke sat down on the sofa and subconsciously tapped his fingers a couple of times. For the chance to draw a prize, even if deep down he detested violence and advocated for peace. He had to go down to the arena personally and have a fair fight with the captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guards. As for Ronan, even if he had the universal weapon, at best, he had only gone from being an ant to a slightly stronger ant. You could order a nice meal, and by the time you had finished your meal, I would be done ripping that guy's head off. Zod's face looked calm, and his tone seemed certain. In all his years of conquest, except for Luke, who made him feel threatened, there was no one else. Then, I'll leave Ronan to you. Luke snapped his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. 2 days later, Noah's arena was officially opened. It was a full house. Crowded with people. Most of the audience were elites from the core area. There were also a few gamblers from the residential areas. They all heard that Ronan spent an ungodly amount of money to get the resource planet that held the rare mineral veins. This was despite the fact that the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire was also bidding a high price. But Ronan the Accuser, a dictatorial warlord with a dozen planets under his control, was superior, with his deep pockets. The resource planet that broke the auction record in Noah would be used as a bet. Whoever could defeat Ronan the Accuser in the gladiatorial arena would win this astonishing prize. The Shi'ar Empire's gladiator didn't respond in kind, but he was graciously invited by the collector. He promised to come to the gladiatorial arena to see in whose hands the planet would end up. The atmosphere was sufficiently warmed up as the audience shouted loudly at the impassioned voice of the host. Ronan the Accuser was clad in black armor and armed with a long-handled hammer. He strode to the center of the arena in full view of the crowd. Is there anyone who would like to be the first challenger? The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Despite the chance, no one was brave enough to step forward. With the Kree Empire as a backing and his own great strength, this kind of challenge should be for someone on the same level. Otherwise, it was meaningless to win. They wouldn't be able to keep the prize. If they lost, they would lose their lives. Any warrior? The host asked several times in a row. Yet, no matter how much he stirred up the crowd, no one wanted to be the first. After a few minutes, Ronan, somewhat impatiently, raised his right hand, gripped his war hammer and pointed to one of the viewing platforms with the best view. To the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire, the most powerful warrior in the universe, the gladiator. He was sitting there. No doubt about it. It was a blatant challenge. The corner of the gladiator's forehead twitched, and he slowly rose to his feet. But before he could respond to the challenge, someone else landed in the gladiatorial arena first. There was a loud boom, and the atmosphere exploded. A tall figure slammed onto the hard ground as the pitch-black cloak rose high in the air. "I'm here," Zod spoke in a deep voice. Without bothering to look at Ronan, his eyes passed over the other man and caught a glimpse of Luke and Fowler sitting in the front row. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 515, Chapter 512 Almighty Weapon, The Will to Fight. Fowler, what are the odds for this fight? Luke, sitting in the front row, took his eyes off the confrontation between Zod and Ronan. Odds. The Kryptonian commander glanced around and found a lot of people sneaking around in the audience, moving back and forth in various positions. They should be employees from the casinos, looking around for customers. As we all know, any competitive tournament would inevitably give birth to the gambling industry. Even if it was in Noah, there's no exception. Moreover, the publicity leading up to the battle was sufficiently loud and full of hype. A resource planet at stake, supreme accuser of the Kree Empire and the captain of the Shi'ar Guards. Too many topics to discuss, attracting countless viewers. Besides, in the duel between Ronan, the accuser and the gladiator, the captain of the Shi'ar Guard. If the odds were balanced, and there was nothing exciting. The fierce collision between the warlord of the Kree Empire and a passerby dark horse who appeared out of nowhere was even more interesting. Although most of the audience thought there was no suspense, and Ronan had a good chance of winning. However, there were always a group of experienced gamblers who were greedy for the amazing odds and ready to make a single blowout bet. In the arena, the confrontation between the two men hadn't yet started. Instead, the audience was buzzing with enthusiasm. Is this really necessary? Fowler hesitated. It's not that she didn't believe in her superior's strength. Instead, gambling was illegal and considered a bad practice among Kryptonian values. Especially if Zod knew, the consequences would be horrifying. It's just a recreational pastime, don't take it too seriously. Luke waved his hand and comforted the Kryptonian commander. Besides, could you have rebuilt Krypton with your bare hands? Even with the resources provided by the Grandmaster, for the prosperity of a civilization and a race, it's an insignificant thing. Fowler looked torn but eventually got up in silence. You shouldn't have come. Ronan, the accuser, tightened his grip on his long-handled warhammer and looked towards Zod, not far away. He thought the other party would find a place to hide instead of showing up on time. After all, in the galaxy, everyone knew Ronan's fierce name. Kryptonians won't turn down a challenge, let alone run away. The Kryptonian general grimaced. His metallic armor vibrated like a lava volcano ready to erupt. Very well, I'll bestow upon you the highest glory, death by the warhammer of the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. A hint of appreciation passed through Ronan's eyes. The Kree Empire was the top-ranked military empire in the galaxy. The Kree were also known for their belligerence and ferocity. They could slaughter all life on a planet without changing their expressions while at the same time respecting those who would fight for their faith. Without further nonsense, Zod's pitch-black cloak flared high as his tall body took a violent step forward. Bang! Invisible waves of air tumbled and roared, spreading in all directions. Space seemed to stagnate, and the Kryptonian general's every move seemed to slow down. This was actually a visual illusion. Zod was extremely fast, transforming into an unstoppable black shadow. When the crowd was caught off guard, he rushed towards Ronan with unparalleled momentum. For the Kryptonian general, a battle was always a matter of killing and slaughter. There was no point in preaching battle ethics. It would be foolish to announce before striking. Heh! Ronan, the accuser, spat out a sneer and swung his long-handled warhammer straight into the air. The airflow was squeezed into streaks of white wisps, and rumbling bursts of sound spread across the vast gladiatorial arena. Wherever the warhammer passed, it was as if space caved in, releasing a wave of destruction. There was no hint of fear in Zod's eyes, let alone any intention of avoiding him. His right hand was clenched into a fist, his muscles tensed up, and his heavy strength condensed into it. In the next moment, the divine weapon given by the Supreme Intelligence collided with the Kryptonian's iron fist. Bang! There was a loud bang. The solid arena shook a few times as if there was an earthquake. The ground beneath their feet instantly cracked open like an ever-expanding spider's web. The surging air billowed, setting off a wave of dust like a dragon soaring into the air. The deafening, dull sound irritated the fragile eardrums of all the spectators in the gladiatorial arena. Is that all? Receiving the force of the impact, Zod took a few steps back, withdrew his fist and let out a taunt. That long-handled warhammer is indeed indestructible. It's a bit of a shame that it landed in Ronan's hands. The Kryptonian general's eyes were solemn as his feet launched into his opponent once again. The ground crumbled and furrowed. In the space of a few breaths, the two figures exchanged blows with each other hundreds of times. The terrifying wave of sound rippled out in rings, visible to the naked eye. Faced with such a fierce attack, Ronan couldn't help but feel a suffocating sense of pressure. Zod's combat sense was too good, dodging the shockwave fired by the warhammer at exactly the right time, every time. It made his universal weapon useless. Moreover, the Kryptonian's iron fist was powerful. Had it not been for the warhammer's energy shield, Ronan the accuser would have been caught in danger several times, welcoming the bitter fruit of defeat. You're a tenacious fighter. It's just a shame you ran into me. The supreme accuser of the Kerry Empire roared, his warhammer releasing heavy pressure from his hands. The air seemed to grow thicker as Zod felt a powerful force field around him. It was as if he was stuck in a swamp, like a towering mountain was pressing on top of his head. This was one of the abilities that the divine weapon, forged by the Supreme Intelligence, possessed. Manipulate gravity, absorb energy, create force fields, emit shock waves. The Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire named the Warhammer Universal Weapon. It was worthy of its name. Capturing the rare opportunity, Ronan the accuser went on the offensive. His hands clenched, his hammer raised. With a terrifying force, it slammed directly into Zod's chest. The metal armor from Krypton crumbled apart with a few cracks and then fell to pieces. Before Zod could react, he was sent flying into the air. He felt a sharp pain in his body, and his eyes were glazed over as if he had been hit head-on by a battleship. In a groggy daze, Zod quickly slammed down. There was another loud bang. The ground shook. The solid alloy wall of the arena was almost broken through, revealing a deep, human-shaped dent. Embrace death. Ronan rose into the air like a predatory falcon and swooped down on the fallen Zod. The black armor that covered the surface of the torso buzzed and vibrated, emitting a shrill sound. The hissing air currents twisted like a swarm of snakes, framing the accuser of the Kree Empire like a god or a demon. Boom! The fierce energy, like a detonated explosive, unleashed a terrifying wave of destruction. Faura, who was sitting in the front row, was so distraught that she couldn't help but stand up. She never expected that General Zod would slip up and give Ronan a chance to catch him in an extremely dangerous situation. Faura, you underestimate the will of a Kryptonian general. Luke was as calm and steady as a mountain. Zod was at least strong enough to go a few rounds with him, not so weak that he would lose to Ronan the Accuser, who relied on his weapons abilities. There was silence in the arena. People in the audience stood up and poked their heads out, trying to see the situation. The battle was like a roller coaster ride, with ups and downs. Ronan the Accuser, who was favored by the public, was caught in a passive position at the beginning. Zod became a dark horse, revealing his skills. When the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Kryptonian general, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire struck a surprising blow. The smoke slowly dispersed, revealing a vague figure. Cough cough. Zod, who was smashed into the alloy wall, opened his palm. In a flash, he was tightly gripping the war hammer. The violent energy cut through the Kryptonian's hard as steel skin like a knife. The wound was so deep that they could almost see the white of his bones. Drip drip drip. Scarlet blood spurted onto Zod's face, giving him a particularly grim look. Despite the loss of his right arm, the Kryptonian general was able to deflect a fierce blow from Ronan the Accuser. Crack! Crack! Zod gritted his teeth and moved the warhammer away with great force. His eyes were full of anger, steely and unyielding. It's my turn. He coldly spat out the words. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 516, Chapter 513. The biggest dark horse, making waves again. Die. Ronan, the accuser, tightened his grip on the warhammer and lashed out once more. Your turn. It's not a turn-based game. He just needed to keep adding leverage and deal another lethal blow to his opponent. The scales of victory would inevitably tilt in his favor. Crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The white bones sounded like toothache-inducing, oiled, rusty machinery cracking and squeaking. The broken bones pricked the skin and appeared quite shocking. Perhaps because of the pain, Zod's expression turned distorted. He roared, and blazing energy surged forth, coalescing into 2 points of crimson. Zizzy. His eyes glowed red. They were like 2 laser swords sweeping across the arena. The almighty weapon, which was filled with raging energy, seemed to have been drained. The dazzling light turned dull and weakly faltered. Ronan, the accuser, froze, seemingly unresponsive. A few seconds passed before he could clearly feel the excruciating, bone-chilling pain transmitted back to his brain. Ah! My hand! Along with the universal weapon, a beefy arm fell to the ground. It belonged to Ronan, the accuser. I'm not the one who's going to meet death. Zod's eyes glowed red as if he were a demon from hell. His left hand reached out like lightning and tightened around the neck of the Kree's supreme accuser, interrupting the screams of pain that echoed through the gladiatorial arena. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The hard skull of the Kryptonian general smashed into Ronan the accuser's nose. Blood flowed out like a faucet with its valve broken off, splattering all over his face. 5 fingers, like iron pincers, squeezed the head of the supreme accuser of the Kree with force. The arm, which was almost ruined, struck the opponent in the jaw. Boom! The latter was struck high into the air, like a cannonball in full force. Zod took a few deep breaths and bent down to pick up the long-handled hammer. Squinting his eyes, he waited for Ronan to fall. Then, he swung the universal weapon created by the Supreme Intelligence. Bang! The Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire looked like he had been struck by a baseball bat, tumbling and flying off into the air. The tall figure tore through the atmosphere and heavily smashed into the alloy walls of the gladiatorial arena. The sound was thunderous, and the smoke billowed in all directions. Ronan fell. The Supreme Accuser has fallen. The Kree warriors in the audience were reduced to tears as if they couldn't bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. The Kree Empire had an extremely fervent military culture, and Ronan, at such a young age, was able to become an accuser, a member of the Accuser Corps and a member of the Kree aristocracy. Apart from his noble lineage and family support, these factors were also closely related to his own strength. But Ronan, who was recognized as the #1 warrior in the Kree Empire, had lost. And what was hardest to accept was that he didn't lose to the Gladiator, the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire. Instead, he suffered the biggest failure in his life at the hands of some unknown guy. Others were shocked at the result, too. Only those gamblers, who were betting on the unknown guy, cheered loudly and celebrated their victory. We won! We won! We finally won something! No more debts! Remember this feeling, Supreme Accuser. Zod strode forward and approached the seriously injured Ronan. You're not a god, you're not invincible, you'll bleed, you'll get hurt, and you'll know fear. The universal weapon, shaped like a war hammer, didn't hold back and smashed the head of the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire. The Kryptonian general was never about that whole forgiveness and letting go. For him, the best way to show respect to his opponent was to lay a bunch of flowers at his enemy's grave, nothing more. A look of fear flashed across Ronan's eyes as his consciousness drifted away. It was the fear of death that was engraved in every creature's bones. Battle over. The space battleship hovering above the gladiatorial arena shot down a repulsion beam, just in time to shove Zod out of the way. The Collector couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off his face. There was no way he was going to let the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire die in Noah. That would definitely start a new war. When that happened, the Tavan group would be the one to suffer. Congratulations to the powerful unknown warrior for winning the final victory. To avoid further complications, Tainlir Tavan was eager to announce the results. His Excellency, Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire, had wagered the resource planet we had auctioned off, so... Bang! Another figure landed in the arena. The red cape, the high collar, the tight combat suit and the rather distinctive mohawk haircut. A mountain of applause and cheers broke out like a tidal wave. Because the man who stepped into the arena was the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire. The one recognized as the most powerful warrior in the galaxy. Gladiator. I remember Ronan saying that this was an open challenge with no restrictions, right? Kalak loudly asked. His eyes were fixed on Zod. If the winner standing in the arena was Ronan, the accuser, Gladiator wouldn't come down in person. The reason was simple. In his opinion, the Supreme Accuser of the Kree Empire wasn't a true warrior. Relying on powerful weapons without the determination to fight to the death, what qualifications did he have to fight himself? This was what Kalak had in mind. I don't care about the stakes, but I'm looking forward to the fight. The Gladiator sincerely said so. You can go down to rest and recover from your injuries. Zod ignored his opponent and silently gripped the trophy he had harvested, the universal weapon shaped like a war hammer, and walked to the audience. Ronan, the accuser, belonged to him and Gladiator to Luke, something they had agreed on earlier. Having said that, the big man with the odd haircut looked strong and worthy of a fight. But the Kryptonian general was exhausted and had lost all interest. I'll answer this challenge. Luke, who was sitting in the audience, slowly stood up and gave his seat to Zod. He didn't make a stylish entrance like the Kryptonian general and entered the gladiatorial arena very calmly along the stairway. The sudden turn of events not only left the collector and the audience frozen, but even Gladiator himself was a little surprised. His stern eyes swept over Luke, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. He could even be considered plain compared to Ronan and Zod. You, forget it, I'm not interested. The Gladiator waved his hand. Fighting a warrior as powerful as Zod would be passionate and glorious. But killing a passerby in one punch wouldn't give him any sense of accomplishment. In his view, Luke was the passerby, with little sense of existence and momentum. The captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire had his own pride. He didn't even have any respect for Ronan, let alone for a guy who came out of nowhere. I'm his boss. If you want to fight him, you have to ask for my permission. Luke gently said so. He looked at the Gladiator like an old farmer looking at the wheat that he was about to harvest. As long as he could beat him, he would get a chance to draw a lottery. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 517, Chapter 514. Full of confidence, doubting life. Boss. The Gladiator revealed a skeptical look. The universe was no different from the natural world. To some extent, they all obeyed the cold law of the jungle. Thus, the measure of a person's weakness and strength was divided into a number of criteria. Wealth, status, planetary background, individual strength, and so on. Kala itself is one of the three major forces of the galaxy and the captain of the Imperial Guards of the Shi'ar Empire. Coupled with a reputation as the strongest warrior in the universe, even a war madman like Ronan, the accuser, wouldn't randomly try to mess with him. It could be said that the galaxy was similar to a huge building with a pyramid configuration. Then, the Gladiator was already standing on top and had the capital to look down on other creatures. So, he was full of confidence. He only had admiration for Zod, who had defeated Ronan, rather than thinking that the other party could really compete with him. Yes, I'm his boss. Luke nodded, looking candid. No matter how powerful Zod was, he was just a worker under his hands. Gladiator thought for a moment. Seeing the Kryptonian general sitting in the audience and closing his eyes, recuperating his spirit without refuting it, he reluctantly believed it. Well, then, this challenge is yours to take up. Kalak clenched his fists and went into combat position. An amazing aura erupted from that incredibly strong body. As if it were a substance, it formed a pale flame of light. What a spike in combat power! Luke whispered a little chuckle. It looked like the Gladiator he was encountering was full of confidence and at the top of his game. This captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guards, ranked as one of Marvel's 4 supermen, was known for becoming increasingly powerful the more confident he became. A very idealistic ability. As long as the Gladiator believed in himself, he would be able to use 200% of his strength and even make a breakthrough on the spot or something. On the contrary, the slightest inner doubt would soon reduce him to a third-rate piece of crap who couldn't even do the job of a miscellaneous soldier. So Calic had a great record of winning but also a history of losing. I take fighting seriously, and since you have to challenge me, don't delude yourself. The gladiator wanted to dissuade Luke with a few solemn warnings. But the latter didn't have the heart to listen any further and interrupted Calic by stomping heavily on the ground. Unlike Ronan the accuser, Zod opened his eyes with great enthusiasm. Luke's foot went down without the slightest movement being transmitted due to the subtle manipulation of the bioforce field. Silently, the floor of the arena crumbled and collapsed, turning into a cloud of extremely fine atomic dust. The flow of time seemed to slow down, and the scene of destruction was captured, frame by frame. The people sitting in the audience saw this scene, felt as if their hearts were tightly grasped by a large hand and felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was as if death had appeared in front of them, about to swing its scythe and harvest their lives. The fear was so intense that it couldn't be contained. The wave of destruction, rapidly expanding outwards with Luke as the center of the circle, soon reached the gladiator. Strong Calic, who was originally dismissive and skeptical, looked stern. He hadn't anticipated such a terrifying force within Luke's tall and sturdy frame. Gladiator was discerning enough to understand that this stomp demonstrated a level of intensity that was far superior to that of Ronan and Zod. It didn't solely rely on strong brute force but displayed an extremely frightening degree of control. If anything, Ronan the accuser and Zod were two unskilled reckless men competing with each other to see whose fist was harder. Then, Luke was a world-class boxing champion, not only with crushing power but also outstanding skills. The difference between the two sides couldn't be more different. Just what I was looking for. Calic simply felt energized. He always wanted to meet an opponent, like Luke, who could place a lot of pressure on him. There was no flinching, no backing off. The gladiator swung his fists. The muscles of his entire body, like a block of solid steel, exuded an intimidating and oppressive momentum. He took a step. Bang! Like a fist hitting an indestructible wall. Calic felt the strong recoil, and his whole right arm felt a little numb. The energy field alone was extremely robust. In the name of Magistrix Lilandra, this is a worthy fight. The battle-ready gladiator brutally slammed into Luke. The knotted muscles sent out a ripple of air, and a pale flame of light shot up into the sky. Fighting with all his might, Calic finally tore through the bioforce field, breaking through the invisible barrier and closing in on Luke. The huge fist struck through the air with a fury no less violent than that of a typhoon sweeping through. The way you're putting in the effort is truly awe-inspiring. Luke quipped, seemingly with no intention of dodging. His expression remained unchanged as he took a deep breath. The air currents, enough to turn steel into scrap metal, were all directed at the tall, mountainous figure. Like a bottomless pit, it sucked out the air at the center of the gladiatorial arena, creating a semi-vacuum environment. The gladiator didn't care. He was perfectly capable of surviving in a space-like environment, and he didn't need to breathe. In an instant, a strong and powerful fist smashed through. This was a terrifying blow that could shatter mountains and alter the landscape. Calic, without reservation, threw everything he had at Luke in the most powerful and ferocious attack of his life. Boom! The astonishing sound dissolved into nothingness before it could be heard. Luke simply raised an eyebrow and opened his palm, firmly catching the punch. Even though it carried an unimaginable and terrifying force, it still couldn't move an inch. Luke's body wasn't even shaking. The stagnant air currents roared like wild dragons, emitting a sharp whistling sound and forming a furious hurricane. The arena was on the verge of collapse, and the spectators sitting in the front rows were rolling away from the scene for fear of being involved in the aftermath. How is this possible? The gladiator's eyes widened as if he was greatly agitated. He couldn't believe that all the will he had consumed, and all the power he had gathered, hadn't caused any damage to Luke. "Is it my turn?" Luke gently asked. He had long since graduated from the stacking battle power level. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a planet and destroy a world. It was a breeze for today's Superman. Therefore, even if Kalak was as powerful as he could be and could be called the most powerful warrior in the universe, once faced with Luke, they were like two different dimensional creatures, completely incomparable. Between the flicker of his eyes, a raging burst of energy was erupting. Before the gladiator could recover from the shocking, frustrating and brutal reality, he was blown away. The distinctive mohawk haircut drooped down, and the combat suit, capable of withstanding artillery bombardment and space radiation, was charred and blackened. How did this happen? Kalak's eyes were vacant. He kept muttering as if he was caught up in endless doubt. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 518, Chapter 515 Lucky Draw and Template. Sometimes, life's ups and downs were too fast. 10 minutes ago, the gladiator was full of confidence. He thought he was the strongest warrior in the universe, and even Ronan, the accuser, wasn't taken seriously. 10 minutes later, this pride and honor were like fragile bubbles. Punctured and disappeared without a trace. Why is this happening? Clearly, meeting an opponent who can put up a fight should be a source of joy. Kalak muttered to himself. He couldn't believe it, he didn't want to believe it. The gladiator could accept the fact that he suffered a failure. Because any warrior would experience setbacks and trials soaked in blood and fire. Just like forging a sword, it was constantly beaten and quenched. Repeated countless times to bring out the sharpness. The only difference between the strong and the weak was to see who could successfully persevere and come out the other side. So, the gladiator wasn't afraid of failure. But he couldn't accept that he'd lost so badly. If the two sides were fighting a fierce battle, fighting each other to the death, blazing through everything. In the end, Kalak was slightly inferior and was narrowly defeated by his opponent. It didn't really matter. But, judging from Luke's actions just now, the gladiator could feel the gap between himself and the other party. Not a chasm that he could cross, but a vast galaxy with no visible edge. He's too strong. It was the kind of power that far exceeded Kalak's perception. The gladiator, once proud of his strength and physique for the first time, found that he was weak and powerless. "Can you stand up?" Approaching the collapsed Kalak, Luke looked down at him. He wasn't heavy-handed, and with the strong physique of the captain of the Imperial Guards, there shouldn't be a severe injury. At his peak, the gladiator was at a terrifying level, capable of penetrating deep into the core of the sun and tearing through a black hole. Cough cough. Kalak opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. The legs supported the charred body, which kept swaying like a child learning to walk. When his eyes made contact with Luke's, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body shook and fell down with a bang. There was a flash of sorrow in the gladiator's eyes. He would forever live in the shadow created by the other party from now on. The man's confidence could never be recovered. That shouldn't be. Luke's mouth twitched. The captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guards was obviously mentally scarred. He didn't feel like he had done anything excessive, Why did Gladiator suffer such a big blow? Seeing that the other party couldn't stand up, Luke had no desire to continue the fight. Once the system had ruled that he had won, he looked up at the collector. "Let's congratulate." Tain Leertavan trembled as he picked up the microphone. There weren't many people left in the spectator stands of the gladiatorial arena. Apart from the warriors of the Kree Empire, only the royal guards of the Shi'ar Empire were left. In addition to Zod and Faura, the rest of the crowd had long since fled, scrambling out of the gladiatorial arena. After all, no one wanted to be the unlucky victim caught in the crossfire. According to Ronan's agreement, the stakes belong to the winner, and Noah will be responsible for supervising the transfer and handover. Seeing that there was no one there, the collector didn't bother to maintain his poise and simply finalized the rights to the planet. By definition, as an elder of the universe, what big scenes had he not seen before? But when the gladiator was defeated, with no room to fight back, Tain Leertavan was a little scared. When did another terrifying supreme being appear on Earth? The days that followed were devoid of unnecessary twists and turns. Luke defeated the captain of the guards of the Shi'ar Empire, and Zod defeated the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. They were undoubtedly powerful and succeeded in winning that resource planet. The Gladiator and Ronan were both sent back to their home planets to recuperate from their injuries. No one had the courage to say anything else about where the stakes would end up. Because Luke and Zod weren't only powerful individuals, they also had 3 fleets parked at the gates of Noah. Finding out about that, the collector's attitude became welcoming and respectful. Tain Leertavan treated them like supreme VIPs, honestly searching for a suitable habitable planet for Zod and graciously granting numerous requests. It was only at this point that he sort of understood why the Grandmaster had sent these atomic bombs to Noah. Despite cursing in his heart, he still had to put on a good face. The collector was generous enough to give Zod several ships full of slaves that were supposed to go to Sakaar. This made a big change to the Kryptonian general's impression of Tain Leertavan. After settling the chores at hand and leaving the task of rebuilding Krypton to Zod, Luke found a quiet room and started the lucky draw. As usual, a dazzling mass of light bursts forth, like a spinning wheel with various Superman cards. Stop! Luke's eyes flashed with anticipation. Card extraction completed. Cyborg Superman. Hank Henshaw. Luke's lips curled up at the corners. The addition of a mechanical control-like, tech-making ability would be nice. Cyborg Superman, whose real name was Henry Hank Henshaw, was a human scientist who first appeared as part of LexCorp. The character was the all-too-common genius scientist from the villain's camp who, together with his wife, went on a scientific research trip on a spacecraft and was accidentally exposed to high levels of solar radiation. The spaceship crashed, but Hank Henshaw survived, taking a different form of life. At the last moment, he uploaded his consciousness to LexCorp's mainframe and assembled a body with machinery. This was the earliest version of his origin story, somewhat similar to a mix of Fantastic Four plus Ultron. Of course, given that the two companies have borrowed from each other, it was hard to say who was paying tribute to whom. The Cyborg Superman story, which was later changed a couple of times, became Hank Henshaw was picked up by Darkseid in Superman Dynasty and modified using Apocalypse's technology. All in all, this card was characterized by extremely impressive mechanical modifications, as well as capabilities such as computer hacking. When he opened the character panel, the stats had been refreshed. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, Super Demon, Devastator, Super Kryptonian, Cyborg Superman. Level, LV4. Ability. A lot of relevant knowledge came out of thin air and entered his mind. Luke closed his eyes and digested it for a while, then slowly exhaled a long breath. He scanned the technological equipment in the room and the household appliances. Lines of precise data emerged in his eyes. Not only that, Luke could sense a novel ability that was different. As long as he felt that he could build something, to some extent, he could ignore the principle and process and directly assemble it. I think I can do it. Out of curiosity, Luke casually dismantled a remote control that controlled a smart device and attached it to the long oval communication device. And then, something strange and vibrating took shape. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 519, Chapter 516 Star Force, Skrull. Hala, the home planet of the Kree. It was located in the large Magellanic Cloud, circling the star Palmer. Long ago, there were two races on Hala. One was the race known as the Kotati. They loved plants, were peace-loving and led a peaceful life. The second was the Kree. Before the arrival of the Skrull, the two races were on fairly amicable terms with each other, and no violent conflicts had broken out. Known as the shape-shifting race of the galaxy, the Skrulls have the ability to change their appearance and pretend to be someone else at will. It was said that the trained elite was even able to replicate memories. Because of that, they also have the nickname Shapeshifter on Earth. The Skrulls, who were extremely adept at infiltration and disguise, stirred up conflict between the two races on the planet Hala, intensifying the conflicts that existed between them. In the following decades, the Kotati were almost exterminated by the militant Kree. As for the Skrull, they didn't get the benefit. They underestimated their opponents. Instead, the Kree intercepted a spaceship, thus enabling technological development towards their journey through the galaxy. Even the Skrull themselves had no idea that this failed invasion would turn into a civilizational war that would last millions of years. Despite the fact that the Kree Empire's fleet now traveled across the galaxy, traveling between thousands of colonized planets, Hala remained the only home for all Kree, who considered themselves to be of pure blood. Every year, there were hundreds of travelers that came back in spaceships. I heard that Ronan returned in defeat from Noah. Not only did he get one of his arms chopped off, but he also lost the universal weapon bestowed by the Supreme Intelligence. A man and a woman were sparring and fighting in the special training room of the Star Force. You shouldn't criticize a noble accuser behind his back. The man had a serious expression while he avoided the woman's fist. He was the defensive one, constantly pulling back and dodging, moving quickly and reacting well. I thought you'd hate that guy. The woman's heroic eyebrows furrowed into a frown. As she spoke, she threw out a beautifully executed whip kick. Why do you say that? It was hard to imagine that a woman's body, so slender and delicate looking, could be as powerful as a warrior's. He once called you a half-breed bastard in front of your face. I heard Minerva say that. The woman hesitated and replied. Racial discrimination not only existed on Earth, but other civilizations of the universe had them too. The Kree Empire, for example, placed great value on bloodlines. Years of foreign warfare, expansion and colonization led to the emergence of a large number of military nobles, which in turn formed partisan warlord factions. Ronan was one of the representatives. It was well known that the prevalence of bloodline doctrines could easily turn into racism. Because the upper classes were mostly blue-skinned, they were regarded as pure Kree. They regarded their pink-skinned compatriots, as the products of conquest over other civilizations and integration, with contempt and rejection. But in fact, apart from the difference in skin color, the physical characteristics of the two were identical, and there was no difference between them. The man, named Yonrog, was even more awkward, being neither blue-skinned nor pink-skinned. Because the Kree have no distinctive features, his own skin color was extremely pale and almost indistinguishable from that of Earthlings. That was why Ronan said he was a half-breed. He's a real bastard, but by the rules of the Empire, I'm not supposed to talk about an officer behind his back. Yonrog fought off the woman's attack with one arm. He took advantage of the situation and smashed a fist into his opponent's cheek. Vaz, are you still having nightmares lately? Still have insomnia? Yonrog, who was reluctant to talk about himself, digressed. The blonde woman he fought with wasn't from the planet Hala, nor from the Kree Empire. She came from a remote planet within the solar system and had simply lost her memory. Yonrog brought her back to Hala due to some interest in doing so. The other party was instilled with loyalty to the Kree Empire and recruited into the Star Force, the Kree Empire's elite combat team, specializing in classified missions such as rescues and assassinations. No. The woman shook her head. Actually, she was haunted by a nightmare yesterday. Memories of the past, like clips of broken footage, playing on a constant loop. When she tried to chase it down, she came up empty, unable to remember anything. According to the regulations of the Star Force, Yonrog was her supervisor and mentor. She should have told the truth, but Vaz chose to keep it to herself. Very well, don't be confused by the past, it will cause you to hesitate, distract you and make you vulnerable. Satisfied, Yonrog replied with a nod. I'll petition the Supreme Intelligence to let you join one of the upcoming missions. Vaz's eyes lit up. She hadn't been on a mission since she had joined the Star Force. What's it about? The woman rubbed her aching cheek and asked. Hunting down a group of Skrull refugees who had fled to Noah. Yonrog briefly summarized and didn't go into too much detail. Noah. Isn't that where Ronan lost? I can help him get his universal weapon back if he's polite enough. Vaz joked. You'd better properly obey orders and refrain from acting rashly. The group that defeated Ronan shouldn't be messed with. Yonrog's expression looked serious. The news about Luke and Zod had been spreading across the galaxy these days. One of them in particular, a guy called Superman, was a problem, even for the Gladiator, the captain of the Shi'ar Empire. Vaz grimaced, but didn't take it to heart. There was an extremely powerful energy within her. However, Yonrog and the Supreme Intelligence had always warned her, and she wasn't allowed to use it casually. Superman. In Noah. In recent days, Luke had been spending time in the shipyard and factory, obsessing over all kinds of machinery. When he saw the dismantled parts, he couldn't resist fiddling with them a bit. It was something like putting together Lego toys, just throwing them together and building a whole bunch of weird and strange things. And with increasing proficiency, Luke was getting better and better at it. Everything was based on his perception, and nothing was impossible to put together. He felt like he could probably build a Gundam with his bare hands, or knock out a Terminator if he kept going. In addition to mechanical modification capabilities, Luke had gained something in terms of cyber infiltration. The entire monitoring system of Noah became his eyes. Even the collector's private area was no exception, and he knew exactly how much stock there was. Too bad he doesn't have the Apocalyptian mother box. Luke had some regrets. If Cyborg Superman's ability were combined with the Mother Box's unique technology, it would be equivalent to getting an explosive plug-in. Coupled with the combat powers of Zod and others, building a fleet to conquer the galaxy couldn't be easier. Mr. Superman, sir, there's a Skrull outside who wants to see you. At the shipyard, a worker cautiously spoke up. As long as Luke remained in Noah, the Collector wasn't in charge. 3 space fleets, plus the strength to easily defeat the Gladiator, allowed Superman to temporarily replace Tainlir Tavan as Master of Noah in an intangible way. Skrull. That famous shape-shifting race. Luke raised an eyebrow, his eyes a little curious. Whether the Kree or the Skrulls. They were all good acquaintances of Earth. Ronan once invaded Earth on a large scale and was then surprised by Captain Marvel. As for the Skrull, they were responsible for the secret invasion. Bring him in. Luke nodded. Zod had already taken 2 fleets to the habitable new planet, to survey and prepare for reconstruction work. He stayed in Noah and just happened to have nothing to do. It wasn't long before a green-skinned male creature with long, pointed ears walked in. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 520, Chapter 517 Captain Marvel, Lightspeed Engine. Are you Talos? Luke finished welding the last part with his heat vision and halted the work at hand. The Skrull, who wanted to meet him, had been standing by and waiting for a long while. Yes, sir. The Skrull leader named Talos nodded and replied. This may seem like a very presumptuous visit to you, but I do have good reasons for wanting to meet you. Very polite. This was Luke's first impression of Talos. Of course. Not many people would dare to show their arrogance since he had unilaterally crushed the Gladiator. In the vast galaxy, countless predecessors had long since proven with their lives that they should be humble in the face of the strong. This sort of ironclad rule could not be waived, even by the Collector, who was an elder of the universe. Speak. Luke smiled a little. He could roughly guess the reason why the other party approached him. I've heard that you're from Earth, Superman, sir. Talos didn't answer but threw in another question. It was no secret that the intelligence brokers of Noah were everywhere, and Luke himself didn't deliberately hide it. The news of Superman's name, strength, and hometown flew across the galaxy as if they had wings. Yes. Luke affirmed. Then I didn't find the wrong person. Upon receiving confirmation, Talos looked excited. The tone of his voice lightened up as if a boulder had been lifted from his heart. It seems that he spoke with apprehension before. Mr. Superman, you may be unaware that Earth is about to face a crisis. Talos didn't hold anything back and just said it. No one knew how patient Luke was, and in case he was an impatient person, deliberate delays might annoy him. To tell you the truth, the Skrull Empire has a huge internal list of infiltrations, in many occupations, in a multitude of unexplored civilized planets that haven't entered the space age yet. Quietly glancing at Luke, Talos deliberated his words and carefully said, according to the priority, the advanced team of the Empire will gradually infiltrate the core class, hold power, stir up internal conflicts everywhere, and create large-scale wars, thus consuming the power of the target planet and making it convenient for us to occupy it. Is Earth also your target? Luke wasn't surprised. The secret invasion of the Skrull happened in the original timeline. The repercussions of that one big event were far-reaching, with the Avengers being suspected by the government and Iron Man being forced to step down. Norman Osborn replaced him and reorganized SHIELD into H.A.MME.R, taking over the reins. "Not us, Mr. Superman, sir." Talos hastily corrected himself. He didn't want Luke to confuse himself with those invading Skrulls. "I'm not like those Skrulls. They're the invaders, the conspirators, and we're just the victims, a bunch of homeless refugees." In a sense, Talos could be considered a Skrull traitor. He wasn't loyal to the Empire, nor did he like the ruling Skrull Queen. Because his home planet, where he and his people were, had been reduced to smoldering ash by that madman Ronan the Accuser. The endless Imperial War destroyed Talos's home and took everything from his people. After that, the much-admired Skrull Queen showed them no mercy or compassion. Therefore, Talos couldn't accept the resettlement of the Skrull people. Instead, he took his people to wander around, living a precarious life. He hated the Kree Empire and no longer trusted the Skrull Queen. "You'd willingly risk treason to tell me this news, Talos. What's your purpose?" Luke kindly smiled, looking at the Skrull man who came to inform him. The Kree Empire had previously invested huge amounts of resources in initiating a research program for the Lightspeed engine, led by Dr. Marvel, who, unlike the rest of the Kree, has no enthusiasm for war. Talos told him everything, hoping to impress the Superman in front of him. "Dr. Marvel sheltered us and promised to help my people find a new home once the research on the Lightspeed engine was completed. However, the Kree Empire sensed something was wrong and sent a Star Force team to inspect the results ahead of schedule. The guy leading the team, called Yon-Rogg, shot and killed Dr. Marvel, but didn't get the Lightspeed engine. He only took a woman, an Earthling woman." Luke's brow furrowed a little. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers had turned up. Then it seemed the timeline hadn't jumped too far back. "Right now, the Star Force is hunting us, and the Kree Empire is trying to get their hands on the Lightspeed triggered energy core. Meanwhile, the Skrull advance team has infiltrated Earth looking for clues to the Lightspeed engine." Talos presented the complicated situation to Luke through his words. "I'm giving you this information because we need your protection, sir." Luke blinked and replied, "If what you say is, in fact, true, I can take in the Skrull, on behalf of the government of Earth, for temporary residence." As expected, it was just as Talos had speculated. Superman came from Earth, and he had great strength. For Talos, he was definitely the right choice. Taking in Talos's group of Skrull refugees seemed like a simple matter to Luke. The Kree Empire would surely lack the courage to ask him for his people. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Superman, sir." Talos thought that the other party would think about it for a while before giving an answer. That was the Kree Empire, the largest military regime in the galaxy. "Whether they're Skrull or Kree, I treat everyone the same." Luke smiled, implying that it's nothing personal, everyone here is rubbish. Thinking of Superman's amazing record, Talos was speechless. He felt like there was nothing wrong if such boisterous words came from a man like the other party. "Vaz, I'll say it again, whatever happens, you have to stay calm and follow orders." With a small team, Yon-Rogg took a spaceship and entered Noah Starport. Having left the dock, he stared at Vaz, who was looking around with curiosity written all over her face, and solemnly warned. This woman of Earth, whom he had brought back to Hala, was an unstable element. Yon-Rogg's task was to supervise her, use her and forge her into the most effective weapon of the Kree Empire. But if he failed to use her properly, she could harm them. "Understood, I'll stay close to the team and obey all orders from my superiors." Vaz said so without taking Yon-Rogg's words to heart. Being able to leave Hala was a hard thing to come by, and she was in a new place. She was full of anticipation. Ideally, a few decent opponents would emerge, and some interesting stories would occur. This was what would qualify as an adventure. Welcome to Noah. No sooner had the Kree Empire's Star Force made their presence known, gathering information on the whereabouts of the Skrull refugees, than a heavily armed patrol surrounded them. The leader was Tainleer Tavan's Pink Maid. She had orders from her owner to invite the guests to the core area. What's the meaning of this? Yonrog's face changed as he asked with a heavy voice. This wasn't an infiltration or assassination type of mission, and no, wasn't a dangerous, forbidden place. So, without any extra disguises, the Star Force team went straight ahead and went out under the name of the Kree Empire. After all, they were one of the three great powers of the galaxy, and when they arrived in other places, people would somewhat show respect. May I take this as a provocation towards the Kree Empire? Yonrog revealed his identity and sternly said, to attempt to arrest Imperial soldiers without a trial by the accuser and without a ruling from the Empire is the greatest insult to the Kree and contempt toward the Supreme Intelligence. The Pink Maid, with a sweet and pleasant business smile on her face, replied, "You're mistaken. The Master just wants to invite you over for a meeting." Meeting? Yonrog narrowed his eyes and twisted his head to look at Vaz. "I haven't had time to do anything." The latter innocently said so. After thinking about it for a while, Yonrog thought he might have been too nervous. The Tavan group wouldn't dare to provoke the Kree Empire. Even if the Collector was an elder of the universe, they had to succumb to the will of Supreme Intelligence. Otherwise, Noah would cease to exist and be reduced to rubble. With that in mind, Yonrog's regained his confidence. He held his head high with a disdainful look in his eyes and waved his hand, and gestured for Tainleer Tavan's maid to lead the way. 3 hours later, Yonrog and the rest of his men were placed in a cell. The leader of the Star Force team looked as if he had been beaten up, his 2 eyes were bruised, and his whole body was disheveled. "I'm a fool. Why didn't I think that Superman stayed in Noah, and he was an Earthling?" Yonrog murmured. He followed the Collector's maid into the core area and was taken to a private area. Tainleer Tavan wasn't the one who greeted the Star Force team. Superman seemed prepared. As soon as they met, he told them about the twists and turns that happened to Vaz. Moreover, he easily erased the mind control imposed by the Supreme Intelligence. Vaz, who recovered her memory. "No, it should be Carol," severely thrashed Yonrog, who had deceived her. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 521, Chapter 518 Therapy, Secret Invasion. Tavan Group's building was the most conspicuous building in Noah. Standing on the observation deck on the top floor, people could get a panoramic view of the entire area. Luke sat down on the couch with ease, smoothly pouring a plant-based drink for Captain Marvel, who had a complicated expression and hadn't fully digested those memories. "You might not be able to accept the truth for a while, that's normal." Like a young psychiatrist, he began to treat Carol with some therapy. The human body has some kind of emergency mechanism that automatically kicks in once the mind has been subjected to a strong stimulus. Sometimes the reluctance to believe in the truth is one of the measures of protection. Captain Marvel had been secretly mind-controlled by the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire, using highly effective brainwashing techniques. Although Luke used the psychic abilities of the Super Kryptonian to awaken the past memories hidden in Carol's mind. Due to her long indoctrination into the Kree Empire's interests above all else doctrine, she was always ready to die for them. It was an equal ideological transformation, which had already taken the Supreme Intelligence's shape, and couldn't be restored to its original form too quickly. It took some time for the psychological aspect of the rehabilitation to take place. I know my real name, and I know everything that happened, but when I come out of that elaborate and despicable lie and see the real world, it still feels uncomfortable. Captain Marvel lifted the glass and took a sip. It was bitter but refreshing. Having been lied to once, it's hard to trust anyone else. Speaking slowly and methodically, Luke continued, for the same reason, you subconsciously suspect that everything in front of you may be a sham. It's because Yon-Rogg, and the Supreme Intelligence, have caused you great psychological trauma and psychological distress. Carol nodded in deep understanding. As soon as she thought that Yon-Rogg, whom she respected at heart, was, in fact, an utterly hypocritical villain, she couldn't help but feel some physical discomfort and nausea. What are you going to do with them? Luke noticed her discomfort and took the initiative to change the subject. Yon-Rogg has the Kree Empire supporting him. Carol gently reminded. At the very least, she had spent a long time on Hala, and understood the military strength of the Kree Empire. That doesn't matter. My men gave Ronan the Accuser a hard time not too long ago, and Yon-Rogg is a nobody compared to the Kree's accusers. Luke waved his hand, looking relaxed and clearly not giving the Kree Empire a second thought. Frankly, he would even like to see the Supreme Intelligence get annoyed and start a war. In that way, out of a claim of self-defense. Superman, who could blow up a space fleet with his bare hands, would break into Hala on his own and then disassemble the Supreme Intelligence's computer into parts. In theory, of course. Luke didn't need any reason to do anything. But he cared about his reputation and didn't want to become the next Mad Titan. As long as everyone followed the rules, sitting at the poker table and playing the game wouldn't be a big deal. Forget it. It's better to let them go. Carol still had concerns. In her perception, the Kree Empire had an extremely powerful military. It would be unwise to mess with such a behemoth just to get back at Yon-Rogg. This is your personal matter. Naturally, you have the final say. Luke nodded in agreement. Powerful was a word that didn't need an explanation. In the future, Carol would understand how terrifying an individual at a singularity level was. A mere Kree Empire was nothing. What are you going to do next? Luke's eyes flickered as he threw in a new question. I don't know. I didn't know that I was from Earth until a few hours ago. The mentor who trained me was actually an insidious liar. The false life that the Supreme Intelligence had shaped for me was undone, but my original life was also destroyed. Carol lowered the drink in her hand, looked at Superman, bit her lip and asked, "Is there any alcohol here?" Luke snapped his fingers and, as if by magic, pulled out a bottle of Earth's whiskey. Authentic hometown flavor. With a wave of his right hand, the wine cabinet automatically opened, and 2 glasses floated out. So, can you have a drink with me? Carol wasn't in a good state of mind and desperately needed assistance from alcohol. With pleasure. Luke was very gentlemanly. On Earth. At SHIELD. A graceful, seemingly unchanged Peggy stepped on her high heels, threw open the door with a bang and entered Howard Stark's office. The loud noise alerted the entire staff throughout the floor. They glanced towards Howard Stark's office for a few moments, then gathered up their curiosity and went about their business with their heads down. Please tell me, what's going on here? She slammed a pile of papers down on the table. Her tone was harsh, offering no half-hearted respect to an old friend she had known for years. Why did 2/3 of the massive funding that SHIELD granted to the 4 laboratories in your name disappear for no apparent reason? It wasn't used for any research-related work but was diverted to other accounts. Peggy was furious and questioned repeatedly. When she saw the report, she could hardly believe her eyes. Those 4 laboratories under Howard Stark's direct authority had committed an extremely egregious misappropriation of funds. And after her detailed investigation, she found more than that. The money that was embezzled ended up in an unnamed overseas company. Digging deeper, the trading company, which was clearly just a front, had private records of money dealings and transfers with a number of senators in Congress. Following this line, Peggy even went all the way to Stark Industries. She found that Howard recently, despite the strong opposition of the board of directors, spent huge sums of money on buying over 20 small and medium-sized security companies with unknown names in the industry. You used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name to pay off members of Congress to promote the expansion of overseas military bases, then sent researchers to conduct human experiments on those disabled soldiers. Howard, this is a crime. Peggy folded her arms across her chest and glared at Howard, who was sitting behind his desk. The other party had been acting a bit odd since returning from Wakanda. Despite the identical appearance, he felt like a different person. It was my agreement with the White House. The president needs Stark Industries to provide the military with stronger weapons, not missiles, not guns, but living, breathing super soldiers. Howard said, with a smile on his face, making light of the situation. Illegal human testing, and the integration of those security companies into a reorganized military-industrial complex directly responsible to the Pentagon, is what the higher-ups wanted. Peggy's pretty eyebrows furrowed into a frown. She looked at Howard with even more unfamiliarity in her eyes. She simply couldn't believe that the other party would say that with such a natural tone. What do you mean by higher-ups? I'm higher up than you are, Peggy said in a cold tone. Times have changed, Carter. Howard stood up, propped his hands on his desk and whispered, the White House has long been unhappy with the excessive power and intrusive behavior of SHIELD, and the World Security Council is having a hard time tolerating the huge budgetary provisions allocated each year. There is no enemy in this world. Hydra has long been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rule, and those damn mutants, they are all peacefully staying in school or on TV in talent shows and variety shows. With world peace, the very existence of SHIELD has been called into question. Howard stared at the female commander standing before him and faintly said, I've received some information that if SHIELD maintains its arrogant attitude and ignores the White House and the orders of the World Security Council any longer, it will soon be disbanded. So, I secretly reached an agreement with the president and even made a gesture of goodwill to the Pentagon in order to keep SHIELD and consolidate my position. Peggy tried her best to remain patient as she listened to Howard's long, rambling speech. She was silent for a moment and then turned to leave with the words, "Take care of yourself." Naive woman. Howard snorted as he tugged on his tie. Whether it was an illusion or not, a hint of green vaguely seeped beneath his natural complexion. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 522, Chapter 519 within S.H.I.E.L.D. Return to Earth. Seeing Peggy's back disappearing from sight, Howard withdrew the smile from his face and waved for his secretary to close the office door behind her. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out a phone from his drawer. Entering the encrypted channel, he dialed a mysterious number. Toot, toot, toot. It rang 3 times before someone answered. "What's wrong with you? I told you, try to keep a low profile and keep your hands clean to avoid leaving any traceable clues." Howard curled his fingers and struck the table, expressing his inner dissatisfaction. He managed to fool Peggy Carter with the excuse of working with the White House, seeking external support for SHIELD. But it was just a delaying tactic. As the highest leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. right now, Peggy Carter had more power that goes far beyond Howard's understanding. For example, the Red Room. The spy agency that originally belonged to Leviathan had become secretaries in SHIELD. The beautiful and lovely sparrows were specially trained and then assigned to various departments to act as secretaries and so on. To some extent, they were Peggy's eyes and ears, giving that female commander a more effective grip on the inner workings of SHIELD. No problems could be hidden from the Red Room's eyes. Including the field team led by Nick Fury and the Mutant Academy headed by Emma Frost, the White Queen. These were independent bodies that Howard couldn't interfere with and had no authority over. The only place he could infiltrate would be the research department. And not all of them, such as Arnim Zola, Bolivar Trask. Their laboratories simply banned other people. As for Howard Stark, he was even more unwelcomed. This guy really has bad people skills. Thinking about that, Howard spat out these words. Obviously, he wasn't Stark. We've been careful enough. SHIELD has too many eyes and too much power. Completely avoiding their attention is simply impossible. On the other end of the phone, there was a grumbling voice. This planet isn't powerful enough. We can completely control their hierarchy and then disband SHIELD. Those superheroes, as well as mutants, are very disciplined. As long as they are pressured and divided by public opinion, I think it won't take long for them to scatter. Howard frowned, seemingly a little upset, and spoke in a deep voice, "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" He was the commander of the advance troops of the Skrull Empire. No, no. Take it as some advice. The voice coming from the phone instantly dropped. You only see the first layer, while I have considered the second and third layers. Howard cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, SHIELD not only has the privileges from the World Security Council but, as far as I know, covertly has a great relationship with the Masters of the Three Sanctums. Besides rashly launching an operation, what if that Superman guy comes back? How would it end? The imposter had scoured Howard Stark's own memories and had some knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s missing director, Luke Cavill. The impression left by the other party to the public was only the word powerful. This was the first thought that came to most people's minds when they mentioned that director. We should be careful to make sure the mission will be completed. Howard earnestly urged, don't cause any more trouble on your side. Increase your infiltration efforts and try to eliminate the military hierarchy. I'll continue to inquire about the news related to Project P.E.G.A.S.U.S and the whereabouts of Dr. Marvel and the light-speed engine of the Kree Empire. He then gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Howard Stark was an essential figure in S.H.I.E.L.D, and he liked to run around a lot. Therefore, he was selected by the advance troops of the Skrulls to become one of the first subjects whose identity would be used. Peggy, who also had a high position, had a complex network and often went in and out of the White House, which was a bit difficult for the Skrulls. Superman. The Skrull, disguised as Howard Stark, narrowed his eyes. As everyone knew, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had disappeared for a long time. Considering that there had been similar disappearances before, the Skrull officer chose to remain latent. Finding the light-speed engine to contribute to the Skrull's grand cause was his first priority. Conquering Earth could take a back seat. What do you think of this? In the headquarters building, in the top floor office, Peggy asked softly as she propped her jaw with one hand. Nick Fury was sitting across from her. About Mr. Stark. Nick Fury was weighing his words. He was currently a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., responsible for the management of the field team. These are some abnormalities, but it doesn't prove anything. Sometimes there is a fine line between genius and madman. Besides, Mr. Stark is never normal. He often tells jokes that no one understands and would lock himself up in the lab for over 10 days. Fury didn't have much contact with Howard, and he didn't quite understand what kind of abnormal behavior Peggy was saying. How has Steve been? Peggy didn't dwell on the topic but brought up the long-retired Captain America. Captain Rogers and his wife and Mr. Bonds have been doing pretty well. Fury replied with a somewhat odd look on his face. If they ignored the second half of the sentence, people would think that Captain America was happily married. But, adding the second half of the sentence would make it strange. Obviously, it was a peaceful life of the two. Why was there an additional presence? Get Steve in here, SHIELD needs Captain America's help. Peggy looked bemused. She was used to the close brotherhood between Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes. Frankly speaking, at every family gathering, she even felt that Marjorie, Captain America's wife, was the extra presence. Understood. Fury's heart sank, and then he slowly nodded his head. Peggy was more than ready to ask Captain America to come back from retirement but also planned to contact the White Queen, Emma Frost, and alert the Masters of the Sanctums. Intuition told her that unseen changes were taking place, and a terrible storm had started to brew. SHIELD had to be ready to deal with it and ensure that it wouldn't be crushed. Peggy methodically issued instructions until all the work at hand was taken care of. She rubbed her temples to relieve her fatigue. Every time she was free, the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help but think of the bastard who pushed all his work onto her. He was really irresponsible. If Superman was around, how could these problems come up? Peggy shook her head and bitterly smiled. Luke had always been S.H.I.E.L.D.'s anchor. With his presence, everything was calm and quiet. But with Superman's absence, the world turned dark. No, to Van Group's building. Feel any better after the drink? Glancing at the drunken Captain Marvel, Luke lowered his glass and asked. Within these few hours, the other party was close to emptying out his inventory. Cup after cup, bottle after bottle, it never stopped. Good, much better. Carol spluttered. Then, do you want to go back to Earth? Luke suggested that returning to the familiar environment could arouse Carol's deeper memories. Earth. Carol's eyelids were a little heavy. It's not like a direct flight from New York to London. It's not that easy. There was an unknown distance between Noah and Earth. Even if Captain Marvel completely released the power in her body and flew at the speed of light, it would take some time. For me, it's much easier than flying from New York to London. Luke smiled. Yonrog and his men would be left to the Collector, who would negotiate with the Kree Empire, so he decided to make a trip back first. Talos, the defected Skrull, had already said that there was an advance team rushing towards Earth in search of the light-speed engine developed by Marvel. If anything went wrong, S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't be able to cope. Snap. Luke gently snapped his fingers. A transmission portal was instantly formed. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 523, Chapter 520 Drunk Flying, Panther God. One of the few benefits of becoming a Sorcerer Supreme was probably convenient transportation. No more spending money on plane tickets and waiting in line for trains. With Stephen Strange's famous saying, "Go wherever you want." Luke snapped his fingers, and magical sparks pulsated erratically, outlining a circular portal. With one step, he went from Noah to New York, on Earth. What kind of magic trick is this? Carol, who was drunk and blushing red, widened her eyes like a curious child. Across the transmission portal, she seemed to see Times Square in New York. There was a lot of traffic and a lot of people there. The latest pop music was playing, and the most popular model was plastered on the billboard. "This is magic, Ms. Danvers," Luke corrected with a smile. He had been away from this universe, away from Earth, for quite a long time. When he agreed with the 5 beings and was smuggled to the studio next door. S.H.I.E.L.D had just been founded, and the Cold War hadn't officially started. But now Captain Marvel had appeared, and the timeline had advanced to around the 1990s. I guess Howard should have a son by now. Can I finally have a part in Iron Man's life? Luke felt excited. He couldn't wait to see Tony Stark getting kidnapped by the Ten Rings and run off to rescue him, to collect some goodwill from him. Immediately after, punch Obadiah Stane and kick Hell's Kitchen's Kingpin. Collect Coulson in his left pocket, Black Widow in his right pocket, and search for Spider-Man in Midtown High. Luke had waited for far too long to do these novice missions correctly. What about Superman? What about him being a singularity-level being? If he wanted to collect reputation points, he had to mix in with the famous plots. There was no future in fumbling about in the comic book stories forever like this. Magic. Something like the wardrobe from Narnia. It can take me back to Earth. Carol staggered to her feet as the flickering sparks of magic caught her attention. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched as he looked at Captain Marvel, the drunk woman. He had a bad feeling that this trip back to Earth to visit his family shouldn't be delayed. "I remember your hometown is in Massachusetts." Luke sketched out the exact location in his mind, replacing the coordinates of the spatial pathway, from Times Square in New York to Massachusetts. "I want to go to New York, Washington, or whatever. It doesn't matter where I go." Perhaps because of alcohol, Carol wasn't restrained. She pulled Luke, who was still in the middle of casting the spell, into the portal. She needed to leave on a journey as soon as possible. "I shit." When the two stepped out at the other end of the portal, they were wrapped in a violent sense of weightlessness. They didn't step on solid ground and spun and fell downward like unloaded cannonballs. Never go out with a drunk. This is a lesson. Luke quickly controlled the balance of his body. The moment the bioforce field opened, his whole body was firmly suspended in the sky. Carol wasn't so lucky. She was swept away by the strong air currents and fell into the thick clouds that cascaded like mountains. This is. Luke didn't worry about the other party's safety. Not to mention that Captain Marvel was capable of flying. Dying from falling from such heights after getting drunk was too embarrassing for a superhero. It could go down in history as the first ever example of drunk flying. Africa. This is unexpected. Supervision blanketed over like a radar, overlooking the vast land. Then, Luke found himself in the Ethiopian highlands. Looking back, he could still see the Great Rift Valley running through East Africa. She couldn't really be drunk and had fallen to her death, could she? Luke's eyes pierced through the clouds and found Carol falling straight down, with no intention of breaking. There was a slight gush of air in the space under his feet, and he instantly appeared beside Captain Marvel. Carrying the delirious drunk in one hand, he landed on the ground through spatial teleportation. Fortunately, Carol used to be a female pilot. She just covered her stomach and felt a little uncomfortable but didn't vomit. What a day of disillusionment with female superheroes. Luke mumbled something, but soon he realized that something was wrong. He and Captain Marvel appeared on a rocky platform, with a waterfall pouring down behind them. Surrounded by indigenous black people whose style of clothing had a primitive tribal touch, they all gazed at them with strange eyes. "You're interfering with the rituals of the panther god, Bast." Luke somewhat understood what the old black priest was saying. The place where he stood was exactly one side of the white stone altar, on which there were various fruits, as well as animal teeth, skulls and so on. Outsiders. Execute the outsiders. It seems that because the ritual was interrupted and worship was desecrated, the group of indigenous people got agitated and shouted. The old black priest raised his hand and suppressed the boiling crowd. He looked at the king, who was in his formal attire, and asked, what should they do with them? T-Shaker frowned. Suddenly being interrupted in the ritual worship of the panther god Bast, he certainly wouldn't be happy. But he was more worried about the possibility of Wakanda's presence being exposed and the overly bizarre way the pair appeared. Have the guards escort them away and send them out of the country in secret. T-Shaker had no intention of executing the two intruders. While Wakanda retained many of its original tribal customs and traditions. But since he succeeded the throne, he had been promoting culture and education and had discarded much of the barbarism. Guards with vibranium spears in their hands responded with vigilance and gradually approached. Luke saw all of it and felt it was rather ridiculous. Bast, the panther god. The corners of his mouth hooked up, and his right hand overflowed with pure white light. Directly tearing open a dimensional gate, he pulled out a black panther, holding it by the back of its neck. He asked, "Is this the god you worship?" The sudden turn of events stunned the Wakandans. In their view, this pair of man and woman appeared without warning. Then, like a magic show, he conjured up a black panther with smooth fur and human-like eyes. It so happens to be the panther god offering ceremony right now. The implications of this are worth pondering. Panther god. The black priest was the first to speak out, breaking the silence. Trembling, he knelt down like a devout believer. The panther cult was the predominant faith in Wakanda, worshipping the panther god. Like the white gorilla cult, lion cult, and so on. There were also clans that secretly worshipped other gods, but not many. And in fact, these gods, who were portrayed as animals, weren't created by pure imagination. They could all be classified into dimensional demon gods, inhabiting a special dimensional world and enjoying the worship of mortals. High Priest, is this really the panther god? King T-Shaker was somewhat skeptical, having only entered the ancestral plane only once. That was when he inherited the title of Black Panther and swallowed the heart-shaped herb. In his vague memory, Teeth Shaker vaguely saw a black panther that looked very similar to the one in Luke's hands. It crouched on a towering tree, looking down at him with condescending and indifferent eyes. There's absolutely no mistake. The panther god has a turquoise gem on his forehead and is rich in wisdom. He can understand human language, the black priest said with certainty. King Teeth Shaker couldn't help but glance over. He noticed a turquoise gem shining on the forehead of the panther, and the yellow pupils appeared humane, seemingly expressing some kind of emotion. It's really the panther god. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 524, Chapter 521. Your words, Your Majesty. For Bast, the panther god, today was undoubtedly a bad day. As usual, he was in his dimensional world, enjoying the offerings from the Wakandans. After he had enough to eat, he was ready to take a nap. Since he became the god of Wakanda, he had become accustomed to such an uneventful and fulfilling life. Eating, drinking, sleeping and fattening every day was very satisfying. Why would he want to be like that Dormammu, thinking of conquering Earth every day? And getting beaten up by the Sorcerer Supreme? In Bast's opinion, that guy was simply too idle. Why bother? However, fate would always surprise people and play a joke on them. A big hand fell from the sky and dragged him out of his dimensional world. Although Bast was a panther, he still belonged to the cat family. When the back of the neck was grabbed, his furry, vigorous, round belly jiggled. His forepaws went limp, his ears drooped, and he involuntarily curled up into a ball. Ow! He let out a low cry. But it wasn't an effective deterrent. Damn guy, mortal! Let go of your sinful hand. Bast, whose nap was inexplicably disturbed, wanted to shout loudly, to show his godly fury and majesty. But the keen intuition for danger, as well as the rich experience as a dimensional demon god, made him realize that something was terribly wrong. This mortal is too strong. And this magical aura of the Vishanti. It isn't the Sorcerer Supreme, is it? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm a good guy. I've never done anything bad. Bast, the panther god whose mind was quickly turning with all kinds of thoughts, continued to curl up like a ball of black fur. He didn't seem like the god worshipped by the Wakandans but a good and docile kitten waiting for its owner's favor. Panther god. The panther god really appeared. Wakanda was originally a hermetic tribal nation, and the ultimate interpretation of the panther god's beliefs and objects of worship had always been firmly in the control of the royal family and priests. Seeing the high priest take the lead in kneeling, and then the king also crossed his arms and placed them in front of his chest, respectfully bowing to the Black Panther on the altar that had an unusual aura. Those Wakandans who were shouting and clamoring for the execution of the outsiders hastily shut their mouths and fell to their knees. The look of devotion on their faces at this moment was in stark contrast to the frenzied and violent shouting before. This was probably one of the ill effects of giving the power of thought to the upper class. What's going on? Did we fall into some kind of poor backwater village? Carol, who was still drunk, had no regard for the norms of behavior that superheroes should maintain. If this were a movie or a comic, you'd be in big trouble for those words. Luke held Bast, the Panther God, in one hand and Captain Marvel, who nearly crashed because of her drunk flying, in the other. King Teeth Shaker of Wakanda looked up at the two muttering outsiders on top of the altar, coughed a few times and said, "The Panther God has revealed himself, and this is a recognition of the ritual. This is a gift to Wakanda." The high priest grasped the meaning and echoed, "Bast, the Panther God, Please continue to bless Wakanda. Bless your most devout believers. This statement caused even more cheers from the subjects. The other tribal leaders were calm and looked at each other with different expressions. The panther god Bast appeared. This matter could be big or small, and it all depended on how the king wanted to publicize it. If that slightly bloated Black Panther was really the god that Wakanda believed in. What about the two outsiders who interrupted the ritual? Apostle of the gods. Or maybe the devotees of the panther god. But only the king of Wakanda could carry on the name of Black Panther and visit the ancestral plane to meet the gods. Now, these two outsiders, who appeared out of nowhere, made the panther god Bast appear. Undoubtedly, the royal family would be somewhat embarrassed. The minds of the other tribal leaders fluctuated and looked forward to what the king would do to defuse the situation. Within Wakanda, there was never an ironclad structure. In addition to the royal family that inherited the Black Panther title, there were 5 other major tribes. Combined with the way the king was elected through a fair one-on-one challenge, the ultimate succession wasn't entirely monopolized by the royal family. As a result, Wakanda's political landscape was instead subtly balanced, with a sense of mutual restraint. The tribes with strong military power settled near the national boundaries, usually disguised as ordinary herders, but in fact, they were all well-trained soldiers. And it was also proficient in raising war rhinoceroses, which formed the first strong line of defense to protect Wakanda. The riverside tribes live by the water and have lived on both sides of the river for generations, and their descendants were mostly fishermen and farmers. Because of the extreme loyalty to the royal family, political marriages were often agreed upon. The mining tribes were responsible for mining mineral resources, and they had superb smelting and casting technology. The export of Wakanda's speciality, vibranium, was largely held and managed by the trading tribes. In addition to that, they regularly sent spies and eyes overseas every year to ensure that they were ahead of the game in terms of intelligence and information. Finally, there was the White Gorilla tribe. They were very different from the Wakanda mainstream. First of all, in terms of beliefs. They worshipped the white gorilla god, not the panther god. They had no reverence for the royal family. Instead, they were very resistant. Therefore, they chose to live in the Jabari lands, isolated from the rest of the world and didn't interact with other people. The appearance of the panther god Bast had an extremely important symbolic meaning for several forces other than the white gorilla tribe. Under the system of the divine right of the king, whoever could get the affirmation of the panther god, could replace the royal family and win the support of the people. It sounded crazy, but it was perfectly normal for Wakanda, which was located in East Africa, disguised as a third world country that actually owned the vibranium technology and could shoot down aeroplanes with their spear. Advanced science and technology couldn't change the fact that the system and civilization were backward. The two of you must be the messengers chosen by the panther god, right? Your presence has completed this ritual. On behalf of the people of Wakanda, I offer my heartfelt gratitude. T'Chaka swiftly took in the situation and stepped forward, addressing the two outsiders. It must be said that the young king, who inherited the name of Black Panther and had swallowed the heart-shaped herb, knew eloquence. Preempting Luke and others, he hammered out Luke's identity while later naming Wakanda. He showed a good attitude with absolutely no intention to pursue blame. Messengers. We are just travelers passing through here. Luke had no intention of pretending to be a divine messenger. He didn't think he would appear in Wakanda. The discovery of this country, and diplomatic meetings, were supposed to come at a later date. The trade routes to Atlantis had been opened by S.H.I.E.L.D, and a large amount of resources were sent to the land world every year. As top priorities in line, 5 major countries had benefited greatly. Atlantis had been incorporated into S.H.I.E.L.D's domain, so naturally, Wakanda wouldn't be an exception. Traveler. Wakanda has always been simple, warm and generous. We hold a welcoming attitude towards any traveler. King T'Chaka laughed loudly and diffused the embarrassment. Really? I don't believe it. Luke continued to be an inquisitive talker, trying to leave T'Chaka with nothing to say. The king's royal face looked very unpleasant. If it wasn't for the Panther God's honor, he wanted to punch his opponent to death. Since Wakanda is so welcoming to foreign guests, do you have a custom of giving gifts? Releasing one of his hands that were holding Carol, Luke cupped his hands around the round, bloated Black Panther and kept stroking it. The latter was too afraid to speak and could only stare at the king of Wakanda with angry eyes. T'Chaka's heart shook, thinking that his lack of respect had offended the guest summoned by the Panther God. He quickly nodded and said, "Naturally, there is. Wakandans are generous by nature. Distinguished guests, if you see something you like, just say the word, and you can take it away." Luke was holding the poor, weak and helpless Panther God. When he heard T'Chaka say that, he couldn't help feeling interested. There was a twinkle in his eyes. "Are your words true, Your Majesty?" he asked again. "I promise, in the name of Wakanda. Our honored guests can take away whatever they like." T'Chaka was very generous. His tone was sure and decisive. In front of the Panther God, he naturally had to behave well and shouldn't be stingy. It's just these 2 people, even if they asked for gold and silver, how much could they carry? "Your words, Your Majesty." Luke was a little reserved. Then he smiled and said, "I heard that Wakanda is the origin of vibranium. I once promised a friend that I would give him the rare metal as a gift." T'Chaka was slightly stunned but wasn't surprised. Wakanda strictly controlled the export of vibranium reserves, and there was very little of it circulating in the international market. Every time it appeared, it sold in seconds at an unimaginably high price. Seeing the gaze of the Panther God, whose yellow pupils flashed with golden light, filled with great majesty, T'Chaka briefly paused before nodding his head in agreement. "No problem. Honored guest, as long as you can get it, Wakanda will give as much vibranium as it has." Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 525, Chapter 522. "You're too kind. I could only carry a few billion. As much as there is." "That's right. Whatever I can carry." "Of course." "Then, Your Majesty, I'm not going to act polite." "Don't mention it. Honorable guests, Wakandans are always generous and welcoming. The more you take, the happier we will be." Luke's lips smiled. He couldn't help rubbing the panther's head. Feeling the well-groomed, smooth fur being rubbed around by that big, hateful hand. Bast, the Panther God, was overcome with grief and looked at the King of Wakanda with even angrier eyes. The latter's heart shook again as if a heavy mountain was pressing on his shoulder. "Haven't I done well enough?" T'Chaka was flabbergasted. He had already given out Wakanda's most precious resource, but he still couldn't make the Panther God happy. It was important to note that the amount of vibranium exported and circulated to the international market each year wasn't necessarily significant. "Tell you what, honored guest, I think you might be tired of carrying it yourself. so how about we load a cart full of it straight away? In order to please the panther god, Teeth Shaker gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and made a huge concession. A cartload of vibranium. If it hit the international market, it could attract a large number of buyers that would pay a high price. He would earn enough wealth for the rest of his life. A cart? Forget it, Your Majesty, I'm used to doing it myself. Luke shook his head and refused. Are you kidding me? A cart full of vibranium? Are you poo-pooing a beggar? That. Teeth Shaker paused, thinking that the other party was somewhat unappreciative. Isn't it easier and worthwhile to move a cart full of vibranium than to carry it on his own? The King of Wakanda hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He didn't know that the young man standing in front of him could push an aircraft carrier by hand a long time ago. Now he could even pull planets and celestial bodies. He couldn't be judged by normal human standards at all. It seems that during my absence, everyone had gradually forgotten Superman and stopped paying attention to me. Luke silently sighed. If this had been in the past, King Teeth Shaker would have recognized his identity the moment he showed up. Then obediently, hand over the vibranium. Why would he need to talk so much? Since our honorable guests insist on it, then I won't force you. Teeth Shaker suddenly felt the oppressive feeling brought on by the panther god dissipate and spoke with relief. Then it's settled. Glancing at the brash and very cheerful King of Wakanda, Luke couldn't help but feel the guilt of having cheated the rich lord's stupid son. He had intended to take things slowly and reveal his identity later. In this way, he could persuade Teeth Shaker to abandon its closed, conservative strategy and turn to active foreign exchange, becoming a trading partner of SHIELD. However, Luke didn't think Teeth Shaker would take the bait so easily. Taking the initiative to send vibranium to the door while acting humble in vain. I didn't want to do this, but you're too kind. Seeing the King of Wakanda still talking eloquently, trying to gain goodwill from the panther god, Bast. Luke sighed. Seeing a crop that harvested itself and willingly stacked itself up with the other bunch was truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. I have to cherish this. I shouldn't cut it up all at once. It's all about cultivating the field slowly. Luke thought so. Half an hour later, Luke arrived at the royal palace in Wakanda. He settled the drunken Carol and continued to pat the panther's fur, who was squinting in enjoyment. Bast's heart was now numb. He had figured it out. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well embrace his fate. Besides, he wasn't a normal dimensional demon, and being petted by a sorcerer supreme was fine. The likes of Mephisto and Dormammu would more likely be beaten to death. Honored guest, I wonder when you intend to visit the treasury to select the vibranium. King Teeth Shaker waved and asked the leader of the trade tribe to come forward. Any request you have, you can mention it to Elder Ajuda, and Wakanda will absolutely fulfill it. The news that the panther god had appeared had spread throughout the city. Those believers were in high spirits. They all wanted to catch a glimpse of the god and perform devotional worship. The chiefs of the various tribes discussed whether to have another, more solemn, formal ritual. As for the two outsiders, no one cared. Because for Wakandans, a problem that could be solved with vibranium wasn't a problem. I thought it would be better to make a day of it and just get it done today. Luke smiled and petted Bast. He had no intention of staying in Wakanda for too long. After taking enough vibranium, he was going to leave. Various issues concerning the secret invasion of the Skrulls, and SHIELD, were still waiting for him. No problem. Elder Ajuda, you will lead this honored guest to get the vibranium. The king was full of ideas on how to strengthen the royal family's authority through the appearance of the panther god, to care about the vibranium. Let him take as much as he can carry, don't be stingy. We, the Wakandans, have never been stingy. Elder Ajuda heard the words. He glanced at the tall, well-built and slender Luke, then slightly nodded. Even if the other party was Hercules, what could he do? Wakanda had numerous veins of vibranium underground. It was inexhaustible, even if it was mined indiscriminately with the help of various machines. Not to mention taken by hand. Honored guests, please come with me. Elder Ajuda walked ahead and acted as a guide. There are some smelted and processed vibranium in the warehouse, so you can take as much as you like. Luke's eyes twitched, and he absently asked, "Is this the way to the warehouse?" Yes, the vibranium mined in Wakanda, apart from the shares of other tribes and the portion supplied to the outside world, the rest would either go into the factory or be sent to the warehouse. Luke seemed to drift off and nodded. And then, as if unintentionally, he said, "Can I have a look at the underground mine?" Elder Ajuda slightly frowned and felt puzzled. What's the point of going to the mines? They were all raw, unprocessed ores. They were certainly not as valuable as the processed vibranium in the warehouse. The mines are restricted and can't be open to the public. Subconsciously, Elder Ajuda tried to refuse. Luke slightly smiled and pinched the panther in his arms. Bast, who suffered from pain, quickly glared at Elder Ajuda. The latter hadn't finished his words when his entire body was trapped in the midst of powerful, intimidating pressure. He looked at those deep pupils shining with golden light and sensed the emotions conveyed by the panther god. Say yes to him. Elder Ajuda wiped his cold sweat, retracted his refusal and said, "Of course, that's only for ordinary people. You're the most honored guest of Wakanda and can go wherever you want. This Black Panther is, indeed, the god we worship." Elder Ajuda, who had doubts, was now fully convinced. But, why did Bast, the panther god, favor an outsider so much? Letting this guy keep touching him, like a pet. The thought flashed through Elder Ajuda's mind. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the disrespectful thought about the god. I must be mistaken. He thought so, reassuring himself. Within a short time, Elder Ajuda led Luke to the underground mines. Through the efforts of several generations, Wakanda had built a complex and complete transport network. On the spiderweb-like network of tracks, dozens of trains whizzed by. Further down is the core of the vein. Elder Ajuda explained. Honored guest, if you like the raw ores, feel free to pick a few, and I'll have them packed into the cart. Luke lifted up his head and scanned the vast area. He dropped the Black Panther in his arms and smiled, "I'll do it myself." Don't you need help? Elder Ajuda asked. I'll carry a few billion, and I'll still be fine. I don't need help. Luke responded with a gentle smile. The bioforce field slowly opened up. Like invisible ripples, it swiftly swept through and wrapped around the massive underground landscape, resembling a giant dragon. Major problem. A guard burst into the king's chambers, looking panicked while stammering, Your Majesty. The vibranium, vein, has been taken. Upset at the lack of composure from his men, T-Shaker shouted, "Is the sky falling or is it an earthquake? Look at you, panicking at the slightest thing, you're a disgrace. How can you be a royal god? How can you maintain the dignity of the royal family?" The guard took a few breaths and spoke with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, that, guessed, he emptied the vibranium. Teeth Shaker didn't seem to get the meaning and laughed, "It's just a bit of vibranium. Why are you so nervous? Let him take whatever he can carry, even if he empties the warehouse." The guard gulped and said, "It's not a warehouse, it's a whole vein of ore." "What did you say?" Teeth Shaker paused. This time he heard it clearly. "That man lifted up all the mines." "Your Majesty, quickly to the courtyard. See it for yourself." Teeth Shaker's expression froze. He looked dumbfounded, unwilling to believe it. He quickly ran out, no longer caring about royal etiquette or manners, and rushed out into the open courtyard. The place was crowded with guards and maids, all of whom held their heads up. As if they saw some kind of surprise, their mouths opened wide, and their bodies shook. Teeth Shaker involuntarily looked up and saw a huge shadow in the sky not far away, as if a dragon had appeared in the sky. "That's a vibranium vein,"